Hey, Janice, how you doing? Hey, you were first, Colossus. How's it going? I had to mess with a bunch of the settings and stuff for the league play. Can everybody hear me okay and see me okay? And are the settings back to normal? Y'all know how bad I am with the technology. Thanks, Morty. Yeah, and it's funny because if you watch the matches, so I went 8-5, and like most of my losses were like real nail biting 3 game like doom mirrors. And look, obviously I won games and matches because I drew better than my opponents, just like I lost them. I'm not saying I got unlucky, but my losses were extremely close. If I had a couple, one card different, if my opponent, the one I lost to, drew that Omen to stay alive when I took the aggressive line for those who saw the match, didn't draw it, like I could very easily have been 10-3 instead of 8-5. I was extremely happy with my deck choice for this weekend. The black-white list I played felt only slightly worse than the Esper lists in the mirror, and substantially better against red-green. I literally 5-0'd red-green, which was the deck to beat. So I think I did a really good job this weekend. Even though 8-5 is a good record, of course, in league play, not not anything incredible. But I think that I think it's easier for me to have gone 10-3 than it would have been for me to have gone 6-7, if you look at the way the matches played out. Thanks for subscribing, Miser Lou. Appreciate the support. First subscription of the week. Hey, Tribe It True. How's it going over there? How's Israel doing with Corona? Are they having a bad second surge, or is it you guys keeping it down over there okay? Hey, what's up, Overwrote and Pabloy? Draft time indeed. Now I don't have to worry about standard for a few weeks at least, and can get back to all day, every day Zendikar drafts. So life is good. Son of some. I don't think I really care that much if there's best of 3 or best of 1. Now, since they made the best of 3 rounds, it's pretty reasonable. But also, I like best of 1 too. I mean, I'm glad to have options. If there's enough people that the queues will fire, even splitting them, then it's good to have both queues. The only reason to not have both queues is if you don't think there's enough people and it's going to cause long wait times. But I don't really care that much either way. I like best of 1 and best of 3 pretty comparably. Oh, well, good luck with whatever you're doing here, and I'm sorry to hear that about Israel. I mean, obviously a lot of Europe and America is also having a bad second wave. I just hadn't heard how Israel was doing as far as the news or whatever, so that's just figured I'd take the opportunity to ask you. But, yeah, sorry to hear that, and I hope whatever you're doing here in the U.S. is going well. Yeah, that's true, Miser Lou. It's a good point. I mean, I like getting into a 3-game match. Sorry about that, Tried. I think I can permit you. Hold on. If I literally just slash or... what's the actual format to allow somebody to post photos? Is it like just slash permit or permit exclamation mark and then the person's name? We got this game. We have a Shia out. This is an off-stream draft. The life total 17-3. I don't need to focus on this game. I think Socks to carry you. You should be able to post now. Thanks, Socks. Hey, Johnny. Team Cats for life. Aww. Very cute baby picture. Is that your baby? Oh, Ben's a great name. Smart people name their babies bad. Thanks for subscribing, Purry. That's awesome. Congratulations. Super cute. And they are dead. You didn't miss the draft, real freebie. This was an off streamer from yesterday or whatever. I'm like 3-1 or something, so we'll have a couple more games in this one, and then we'll get into the first draft of the day. I'll pop the deck on screen now real quickly though, so you can see what I'm working with. Yeah, I'm 3-1. We got looks like, oh, this looks pretty good. A little blue-green splash red. Oh, I remember this. I drafted this with one of my coaching students. But it's a, yeah, pretty good cheap defensive stuff and a great late game. This deck looks really good. And a Cheyenne Phyla to close with. 3 Geyser Mages. Low Mage Familiar. Looks nice. Thank you, Colossus. Appreciate the subscription. Still 3 drafts after this. Whenever I do an off-stream best of 1, that never counts. It's always at least 3 drafts after that. I just do that because they don't take that long to play out the best of 1 games. And so, like, while people trickle in, rather than literally just sit here and chat, we can sit here and chat and have some games of Magic. And then we'll get into the first draft of the day after this. I wouldn't feel comfortable with just 1 mountain in the mill format if I had more red cards. I mean, with just 1 red card in the whole deck, I think it's probably right. Certainly there's an argument for a second mountain. But, I mean, I think I kind of needed all the green and the blue. If you look at my deck, I have, like, a bunch of cards that are double blue and kicked and stuff, Bubble Snares and Geyser Mages, and then the green fixers. So I don't think I wanted to cut another island for another mountain. But that's definitely something that should be on your mind. It's a good point to make. If Commander Legends is looking good and fun, I'll try it. I mean, the reason I generally don't cube is because I don't generally enjoy high power Magic. You know, I don't want to play Signets into Planeswalkers. I don't want to reanimate giant creatures on turn 3. You know, so it's just going to depend on what the Commander Legends drafts are like. You know, if they put like a Pauper cube on Arena, I'm definitely down. You know, and I don't know what Commander Legends is going to be like, to be honest. I have no idea. So I'm open. I don't know if it'll be something I'll like or not. Well, thank you for the compliment, Colossus, and I appreciate the subscription. Thank you, Boko Harambe and Kliman. Appreciate the subscriptions, and thanks, Tried But True, gifting out 5 subs. We'll consider that a celebration of his new baby. So thank you, Tried But True. And congratulations again. That's awesome. So now we have choices. We could drop Geyser Mage and Blightblade, or we could like Field Research. If I didn't have Royal Mage, I probably wouldn't Field Research here. But since I do, I really want to make land drops the next couple turns. 3-2, there's value in holding the Geyser Mage for later since I can kick it. And a 5-4 can attack right past a 1-4. So I think this turn we go Field Research, because we're really just looking to hit more land drops, and then we can kick the Royal Mage, get the Field Research back, and then kick it and draw 3 more cards. You know, of course we really want 1 more land to play Ascetic, but let's pretend we didn't have Royal Mage, instead of trying to dig up 1 land to play Ascetic and then kind of be out of steam if they kill Ascetic, I would probably just want to hold the Field Research and just cast more creatures and advance my board. But given how much late game I have with Royal Mage Kicker getting back Field Research Kicker drawing 3 more cards, my top concern right now is not advancing my board here on turn 4, but hitting my land drops, so I can go on to play my 5 drops and my 6 drops, because I'm going to be able to spend my mana indefinitely. Like, virtually, no matter how many straight land drops I make, I'm going to spend all my mana every turn. I mean, you know, I might cast a 6 mana card with 7 mana out, but you get the point. I'm going to keep spending the majority of my mana turn by turn. I guess I could have attacked as a bluff before, but, I mean, I'm assuming a 1-4 is just going to block a 3-2, right? Like, that's pretty much what 1-4s do. I'm not saying you're wrong. Like, theoretically, I probably should be bluffing because I don't need the 3-2 to block the 1-4. But I'm just saying, like, it's not like it was very low chance that Geyser Mage wasn't going to get blocked. But you're not wrong or anything. It's probably technically correct to attack with the Geyser Mage before I cast the Field Research. Okay, so what are we going to do here? I can Geyser Mage the healer. I probably want to do that with the Celebrant out. The healer doesn't have a good block on any of my creatures. They could double block the 3-2 with the 1-4 and the 1-1. That's not really a good exchange for me. I don't want to trade Geyser Mage for a 1-1 token. The only upside in doing that, though, is then the Blightblade gets in for 1. But that's just 1 damage. And they have no good block on the Ascetic right now. So what I think I'm going to do this turn is just attack with the Ascetic. They'll probably chump with the 1-1 or take 5. And then I'm just going to add the Gnarled Colony to the board. Or, sorry, I'm just going to kick the Geyser Mage and bounce the Attendant Healer. Because that gets me further ahead. And then next turn, I can always make the attack with both Geyser Mages. And then if they want to double block 1 with the 1-1 and the 1-4 to kill it, okay. But then they're taking 3, 4, 9 damage. So even if we're going to throw away a Geyser Mage for a 1-1 token, we want to do it when both Geyser Mages are attacking, not with just one this turn. Geyser Maging the token has some value, but this isn't the kind of game where I'm worried about spewing a little bit of resource value. Because again, I'm going to Royal Mage back Field Research, play that with Kicker and draw 3 more cards. This is a game where I'm trying to like kind of keep my opponent on their back foot and not let them develop too much. And then hopefully in the end I can win with like Phylith or something like that. Okay, so for now, like I said, I don't really care about trading Geyser Mage for a 1-1 token. And if I am willing to do that, then they have no real good blocks if I attack with everything except for the 1-4 and the 1-1 on Geyser Mage. And they may not do that because it could result in them taking a lot. As you see, they're not doing that. They're just going to go 1-1 on 1-1, 2-2, lifelink on 3-2. So ultimately, I mean, this attack means that I get in another nice hit for 5. The rest of the trades are kind of mediocre. They're not great. I'm not saying it's exciting for me. It's not. But ultimately, I'm not worried about the ground in this game, and I know I'm not really going to win through raw aggression. I'm just trying to get in attacks for 5 where I can. So I'm not 100% if that attack was optimal or not. It certainly wasn't horrible, but as far as like whether it would have been slightly better to send like only the 5-4, I don't know. But I don't really think we're going to miss the Blightblade on the ground this game. Okay, so this seems obvious now. We can Geyser Mage a 4-4 Angel. The 1-1 does not have Indestructible, I don't think, because it came into play after the Amirius Call resolved. So I think we are going to be attacking with the 5-4 and then bouncing an Angel. Let me check on Cardboard Live. It's open. It says it's on and working. I could be wrong. The scariest part about this game so far is that the opponent still has 4 cards in hand. Like, what's in that bag? Like, they've had so many turns where I've had good creatures out. I mean, I guess I bounced things a couple times, so they haven't had necessarily the opportunity to dump their whole hand out. But it is kind of scary. I'm assuming they're going to have a trick and they don't want to lose the healer. But I also have another 4/4 and 2/4 to put out, and I don't really care about these little creatures I have. So I think this is the play. If I take out that healer, I'm pretty happy. If they have Subtle Strike, that's not enough to save it. If they have one removal, that's not enough to save it if I triple block. So I think this is the play. Yeah, I'll lose my whole board to a Subtle, but I'll kill the healer. And that healer is going to keep gaining them life and making 1/1s with the Core Celebrant Attended Healer combo, right? Well, I'm not happy at all about that, but I have to try and dig up my bomb rares, so I have to let go of these broken cards. Well, these good cards, not broken, obviously. And, like, I'm at 18. I can take a hard hit next turn and fall a little behind, and then kind of restabilize after that, hopefully. Think we're just going to take it. A 2/1 might get involved on a double block and be more effective than trading with a 1/1. I wouldn't say this game's going well, but it's still pretty winnable. I mean, nothing they've done really trumps Phylith, if I find that. Okay, so what do we want to do? Didn't find any lands. Blightblade can stop their biggest creature. I know I want to use Rabid Bite on Healer because I want to take that off the board. I can Bubble Snare one of these, but it's kind of nice to say Bubble Snare for a flyer. So what do my blocks look like if I just put out Squid, Blightblade, and Scythecat and don't use any removal? Blightblade on Outrider, Royal Mage on Healer, Squid stops the 1/1s. It actually seems fine. I don't think I have to use the removal right now. Obviously, if they have more removal, it might not go great. But again, I'm still at 11. I'm still going to have fine blocks on the 3/3 and the 2/2, even if they kill one of my good creatures. So I think we can just put out our dorks and see what they have here. I mean, we're not going to win this game grinding anymore with everything they've pulled off. We need to win this game with Phylith, basically. I don't know if there's any other ways. I mean, obviously Ashaya would be giant and force them to start chump blocking and help grow my Scythecat a lot. And it can still be one in the air. I have an Expedition Diviner, and I have a Skyclave Sentinel, which I can play with Kicker. So from here, and I have a Vastwood Surge. So from here, the plan is just to play D on the ground for the most part. Like, obviously I'll take a profitable attack if I have it, but they're at 28 and gaining. So while I was trying to push in some attacks with that 5/4 early, maybe that wasn't good. Maybe I mean, the way it worked out, I wouldn't do it. Like, if I could go back in time knowing how this game was going to go, I would just play more defensively from early on and have a little bit more resources right now. But of course, I didn't know the opponent was going to have everything they played, including the make 2/4/4 Angels. But from here, it's crystal clear we're not going to push anything in on the ground. So we're going to be switching to playing defensively on the ground. Okay, so if I put Blightblade on Outrider, that seems fine. There's a very small chance I won't be able to Rabid Bite away the healer, but if I draw a land and the Scythecat grows, I can. So, and if I draw a creature, then if it has 3 power, I can. So there's probably only a couple of draws that prevent me from doing that. So I think we need to make this block since they killed our Squid, and I can only take so much damage, and then Royal Mage on Healer is pretty automatic, and of course we'll take the 3/1/1s. Yeah, I let them grind out a win here on the ground that I didn't need to let them grind out if I don't top deck Phylith. I'm actually going to put it on a 1/1 and not the 1/4, I think, because ultimately, if they're going to keep alphaing, okay, well that just kills me, then I can eat a 1/4 in combat, whereas if that stays tapped forever, they just gain a life every turn. But yeah, this might have been a winnable game if I had played more defensively from the start. I mean, I'm not, like I said, it's hard to say if my plays were right or wrong. I kind of thought I was going to have infinite ammunition when when I have Royal. I mean, you remember my hand on turn 5. It's all spells, Royal Mage to get backfield, research, etc., etc. But I could have maybe had enough life that that's still a stalemate, and then maybe I could have won in the air or with Phylith if I had played more defensively earlier. So I might have punted that game. Hey, blink twice. Maybe I secretly just want to get to the real drafts here. No, I'm lying. I'm trying to win. I just might have played badly. Yeah, that's true. Playing offensively did get them to block with a 4/4 flyer when they wouldn't have had to otherwise. Like I said, it's complicated. It might have been suboptimal. I don't think it worked out better, but I don't necessarily think it was wrong. Some of that is just, the way it happened to work out. So this is a spot where I think it's a pretty clear field research for 2. We have all spells in hand. We want to make land drops really badly. I could have put out a Geyser Mage on kick, but I'd rather just take that for 2. So of course that's coming in as a land, and we only have 1 3-drop, so now I can't hold the Geyser Mage. I've got a fistful of things to do every turn forever after this. Yeah, the storm passed us by mostly yesterday. We didn't really take a direct hit, and it was only a tropical storm, so it wasn't really that bad here. We just had a bunch of wind and rain. Thanks for asking. So as far as our 4-drops, Canopy Baloth is the biggest. Visionary helps us hit a land. There's no reason to play Diviner, I don't think. Because Diviner is not going to block the Blood Priest, and it can start attacking in the air, but I don't think we're worried about that yet. I'm very interested in hitting my land drops, but so what I think I'm going to do is play Baloth, and then next turn, if I draw a land, I can just play like Ascetic. If I don't draw a land, then I'll play Visionary to try and find land drop 5. So I think we want to get our giant creature going here. Sorry, land drop 6, but it's tricky because Ascetic is bigger than Baloth, and it uses 1 more mana, so there's a lot of upside there. But the Baloth is going to hit for 6 if I draw a land. And, I mean, I do want to keep making land drops. So, like I said, with I wanted to get the Baloth in play, and then if I didn't draw a land, I could play the Visionary to try and hit lands. If I do, then I just play the land, of course, and play the Ascetic or whatever. Alright, so we found a land, so we're not incentivized to play Visionary any longer. So the question is, do we play Ascetic or Adventurer? I think the answer is Ascetic. Adventurer will only get cheaper, Cleric and Wizard. No, the Adventurer can attack and block, so that's a good reason to play the Adventurer, maybe. I don't know, it's close. I mean, since we drew a land, we definitely don't need to play Visionary. I'm glad I played the Baloth, because that, they killed it because it would have been hitting for 6, but now we have bigger creatures that don't rely on landfall. But I'm not sure if we play Adventurer or Ascetic here. I think it's really close. Because the Adventurer doesn't really cost 6, right? Like, it'll get cheaper, potentially. But I think it's the Adventurer because of the Vigilance. And it's not like we're using the extra mana. If we play Ascetic, I'm not going to Bubble Snare the Blood Priest. So I think we play Adventurer, but I'm not 100% on that. I don't know. I just ignore the opponents when they, emote. To me, them emoting is the same as them not emoting. I talk about this all the time. When you're playing a strategy game against somebody, anything that they tell you, you should just be ignoring, right? Okay, well, now I'm going to run a giant creature. Hopefully they're out of removal. Don't know if they are or not. So, of course, we're going to attack with a Shia, but remember, we want to play things first, because every creature is a land, so it grows a Shia. So let's just dump our hand, use our mana the best we can. Even though the Scion can hit us in the air this turn, we can always Bubble Snare it for 1 next turn, so I'm not looking to kick Bubble Snare. And I mean, I wasn't going to play Diviner to prevent the attack in the air over Ascetic. It's a bigger creature, uses more mana, and gets us life. Next turn, we can just Bubble Snare the Scion for 1 mana when it's already tapped, and then drop a Flyer or a Visionary, depending on what makes more sense on this board. Okay, so it's only creatures and lands, right? Non-token creatures, yeah. So Bubble Snare won't pump a Shia. So we want to play creatures pre-combat to pump a Shia, but we don't need to play Bubble Snare pre-combat. That would just be giving them information for no benefit. I think this turn I probably want to play Scythe Cat and Bubble Snare because I want to get the Scythe Cat out since every creature in every land I play is going to pump up landfall. So I think for now I'm going to put out Scythe Cat and attack with everything. It's kind of cool that it pumps itself. And then post-combat, I'm just going to Bubble Snare the Scion. I think you have to Bubble Snare the Scion this turn. We don't want any possibility of them like sneaking in lethal when my board is this massive. Wow, and they managed to do it. Well, I couldn't have predicted that they were going to go Shatter Skull Minotaur and Ravaging Mace. So, I mean, good beats. That's just one of the times where somebody just has it. I mean, that was a pretty unfortunate end to that game. I mean, I killed the big flyer, you know, I mean, played pretty defensively. Obviously, I could have played around that in some theoretical, but if they attack to make me chump block with Scythe Cat, I have lethal easily on board. So, I mean, I'm not going to leave an extra blocker back there, like, assuming that they might play a giant haste creature and something to give it menace. Like, I mean, that's just good beats. Yeah, obviously if this was like best at 3 and I'd seen all those cards, maybe in game 3 I leave back the 1/1 or whatever. But I can't put them on too specific uncommons. Like, they still had cards in hand. Like, I don't want to not be attacking. Like, that was awkward because I had way better stuff than them, but sometimes they just get there. Like, I don't think I did anything wrong there. Okay, so let's get into the first draft of the day. Well, I have the Scythe Cat, so if I just don't attack with the Blightblade, I have the 2 blockers, but again, like, it's not like a haste creature killed me. Like, it's not like, a pub spell killed me. They had to play a haste creature and pump it and give it menace. Like, that was about the most specific 2-card win, like, you know what I mean? Like, in existence. Like, so, I mean, look, I think it's clearly right to be attacking with the Blightblade there in a close game. If I knew they had both of those cards in their deck, like I said, then I would consider it. Alright, so, new draft. I actually went 3-3, to be fair. The 2-0 was off stream, but I went 3-3 in that draft. That deck was better than that. I thought I was going to get 7 wins with that deck for sure, but... Okay, Charix is good. It's not broken, but it's a big creature, and they have to pay an extra 2 if they kill it. Rebirth is a fine land spell modal, nothing special, but a solid pick and an auto include in every deck. GOP is a good aggressive creature. It doesn't fit some of the red archetypes that well, but it's a 5/3 trample for 3. Beetle's awesome if you're green-black. Into the Royal is one of the best commons in the set. Deadly Alliance is one of the best commons in the set. This pick's all around pretty close. I think I like Charix. I'm not sure if this pick is right or wrong, but I think all in all you could take almost any of the cards I named. I don't think Charix is like above them because it's rare. I think it's a powerful card. It's a good closer. They have to pay an extra 2 if they want to kill it. But ultimately, I think that was just a really close pick, and you could justify almost any of the cards I named. 2 of the best commons in the set, Into the Royal and Deadly, and then the uncommons and Charix were all just good cards. I do like Crabs a lot. Everybody knows that, so. Thieving Skydiver is more of like an uncommon than a rare. If you occasionally steal... an artifact, it's really, really good, but otherwise it's just a 2/1 flying for 2, which is good, but nothing special. Bubble Snare, fine, good blue removal. Can't see why we would take anything but another blue card, since these 2 cards are, like, again, roughly tied for best card in the pack. I'm not saying they're necessarily better than Takedown and Vanquish, but they're not, like, much worse. I don't know if I like Skydiver or Bubble Snare more. I think Skydiver, but it's pretty close. So, Vastwood Search and Balagad Recovery are pretty good green cards for blue-green kicker, which is definitely a deck we're positioned to draft, starting with a kicker card and a mana sink giant creature. But Royal Eruption is probably the best card in this pack. It's definitely the best common in the set. It's one of the best commons we've seen in a long time. Blue-Red Wizard's a good archetype. We could definitely draft that. Yeah, I do want this whole pack. Like, we could take, like, Balaged, Vastwood Surge, Risen Riptide, Royal Eruption, Pack Beast, Vanquish, and go if we were blue-black. I think, though, ultimately, I'm not going to take Risen Riptide and stay just blue. This card is not on the same power level as Eruption and Vastwood Surge and so on. I think it's just Royal Eruption. I mean, we could always splash Royal Eruption if we go blue-green anyway. It does feel like the direction we're moving in with Charks and, like, the packs we've seen is going to be more of a blue-green kicker, but... I mean, if we go blue-red, we have Royal. If we go blue-green, we'll make sure to pick up, like, a Reclaim the Waste, and then we can splash Royal. I guess if we go blue-black, we might not end up playing Royal Eruption. But if we weren't going to take Vanquish, then what did we miss out on if we go blue-black? Nothing, right? A green card. I'm not going to take the rare. Though somebody did board that in against me over the weekend in Standard play. Here, I think it's either Veil, the best blue card, Skulker, or Reclaim. I think there's no reason to look at second colors yet. We're trying to draft blue if we can, and we don't know what we're going to play with blue, so we'll just take the good blue card and see what's in the next pack. So now the best card in this pack for us is probably Binding. We obviously can't use Root Grazer, which is the actual best card in the pack. There is Cinderclasm, and our deck does look like it could be a nice controlling blue-red, not really an aggressive blue-red, but I think blue-red Wizards does aggro better than it does control. That was fun, Dwight. Yeah, to play all the rare step. So I think I should take Binding. I mean, Gloom Hunter doesn't make me want to, like, take my first black card to play blue-black. It's not even that good a card. If I do go blue-white Party, I'll be happy I got the Binding. Otherwise, I'll miss out on, like, a Cinderclasm or something. Shepherd's a really good card for a blue-white Flyers party deck. I mean... We've got Rogue, which is hard to... We got Rogue, we got Cleric, nice big ground win condition. I mean, Shepherd is definitely the best card in this pack. Blue is the only color we're committed to, so I could take Duelist. But, I don't know, that's a late Binding Shepherd. Those are both two of the better white commons. Seems like an easy Veil here. Mace is the only card that might be substantially better, and of course we can't use Mace. So we do have to make a little bit of a choice now. Sellsword is fine if we go blue-white. It's our first Warrior. That's a deck that usually has some pretty good party synergies. But there's definitely better cards in, like, Skulker and Spellcraft. And we certainly could still go blue-red. Like, if I take Spellcraft, we have 2 red removal and 2 good white cards. If I take Skulker, it's our first black card, but... I don't know. I don't really like the expensive removal, and those were late white commons. I think it's easier to see Spellcraft really late, because I don't think it's a very good card, than it is to see, like, Binding and Shepherd late, which are both pretty good cards. Maybe I'm sticking to what I have a little bit too much. I don't know, but... Here, there's clearly no blue-white cards that we care about or are playable, so it's just Blightblade or Rebirth. I think we've seen more black than green, so I'm going to go with Rebirth. But I think we're going to draft blue-white party. We're well positioned to do that. Yeah, we could drop blue, but, I mean, our blue cards are good. Like, I like Veil. Remember, it's a land spell modal. It's not just a weak spell. And then Skydiver and Charx. I mean, I agree we haven't seen, like, amazing blue. But I think it's hard to come off 2 Veils, Skydiver, and Charx here. We've pretty much seen everything but green, I feel like. That one Blightblade was kind of late, but that's a card a lot of people don't value that highly. I think they're wrong. I really like the 1-mana cards in this format. I think, like, Duelist and Blightblade both overperform. The reason is because you don't flood and screw very often. Thanks to the land spell modals, a lot of your decks effectively flood as often as a 14-land deck would, and screw as often as, like, a 19-land deck would. So, because you're not screwing or flooding, and you just have the ability to play lands and spells every turn, that makes cheaper cards a little bit better, because you want board advantage, because you're not going to run out of steam, and you're not going to miss your land drops. Kind of ridiculous that Root Grazer came back, but I guess nobody's on green-white. Yeah, I like Colossus a lot in this deck. I mean, as you can see, like, Warrior, Rogue, Cleric. So, I mean, we're going to... And there's Wizards in blue. So, I mean, we're going to try and party. So, this pack kind of sucks for blue-white. I mean, Stalker is a good card in blue-white party. Not a card I want to be first picking, of course. The dual land doesn't help us. If it was a blue-red or white-red or whatever, I'd consider it. There is the ability to go white-red. I mean, there's Royal Eruption. I mean, the War Leader's really good in white-red. Otherwise, it's Seafloor Stalker. I don't know. I just don't see me coming off blue here. I think we're going to blue-white party this draft, so... First draft of the day. I'm still drafting the hard way like always, but a little bit more leaning into what I already have, I guess, for the first draft. I just think, like, these cards are really good, and, like, even though that one Royal Eruption came around, I just don't see me dropping all of those blue cards for it. Journey, of course, is a great party removal spell. This rare is good, like, you're never cutting it. It's a 3-mana 2/3 flyer, but let's be clear, that's like a common, a 3-mana 2/3 flyer. So Shelter is substantially better than Archon of Emeria. Plus, Archons aren't a party type. Thank you, Hugo Lisboa. Appreciate the subscription. So, easy attended healer here, I think. We're still going to have some clerics, some life gain. Even if we're not a focused cleric deck, it's still a good card. Now we got to make a difficult choice. Speaking of, can I just have the rest of this pack? I would love to stop drafting Pack 2 and get Pack Beast, Binding, Celebrant, Outriders, Sellsword, Cleric here in Field Research. Like, all of those would probably make my deck. Binding is probably the right pick. I really want to take this Pack Beast. How many party synergies do I have? Colossus, Journey, Shepherd. I have a lot. It's a Cleric for Healer, Stalker. Am I crazy for wanting to take Pack Beast over Binding? I really think this deck wants this Pack Beast, like, super badly. I don't think Celebrant is right. Clerics is one of the types we're already doing better on. I mean, yes, it's a good combo with Healer. Yes, I'll play Celebrants if I get them. But Pack Beast and Binding are offering us considerably more, I think, than core Celebrant. Okay, now I'm going to take Skyclave Cleric, land spell modal. I want another Seagate Colossus, but I do already have one, a 5-drop, a 4-drop. I'm going to definitely take a nice land spell modal Cleric over it. Time to pick up another Rogue. That's not a creature type we have a ton of yet. I think that's our 3rd Rogue. Remember, part of why Blue-White makes the best party deck is because it hits all 4 tribes. Blue's got Rogues and Wizards. White's got Clerics and Warriors. So you definitely want to keep your eye on what you have and what you don't have the whole draft. I literally composed a tweet about this. I do not understand why this card comes into play tapped. The only good answer I got was it takes time to set up a camp. Which from a flavor perspective is a really good answer. But from a strategy, like a card value perspective, that card could definitely come into play untapped. I don't like Anti-Cognition unless you're good at putting 8 cards in their graveyard. Like, if you're like, you know, a really focused mill deck, sure. Because counter a creature, Scry 2 is a really good card. But they're not going to have 8 in their yard that often. Like, I binding things, I don't mill very much. Alright, well, you always got to look at Roost. I don't know if we can use it or not. What's our kicker stuff like? Skydiver. Skydiver, we have, like, no kicker. I mean, we have the rest of the pack to draft kicker cards, but we literally have 1 kicker card. So if we don't take Roost, what is it, Royal Mage? We're not getting much back. I mean, we might have something. Practice Tactics is good removal in our party deck. I mean, I guess I'm going to take Roost because the pack is so weak. Like, I would take, like, a Pack Beast over Roost right now. But it does kick itself. Maybe we'll get 3 or 4 kicker cards this pack, and then it'll be good. Can't really know, right? Right, Tactics might even wheel. We're not giving up anything taking that Roost. Looks like we may have gotten rewarded. Now there's another Roost. And again, it's a pretty weak pack. If I didn't take Roost, I'd be taking Diviner, which, again, is fine. I would play Diviner in this deck. But now, of course, it's an easy Roost, and we'll just really prioritize kicker cards. So here, there are no kicker cards. So we can take a look at Paired Tactician, Expedition Diviner, and Practice Tactics. Our early creatures aren't super warriors. I mean, we have the pack beast to pair it with, and we have two cell swords. So I actually think pair tactician is going to be pretty good in our deck. So that's the pick. Diviner's fine too, and tactics will be decent removal. But we have 3 2-drop warriors. I don't know how to pronounce anything. You already know that. Yep. We have double roost, so we want to take any kicker cards we can get. So now there's a Kitesail Cleric, so we're going to take it. Even the Dauntless Pump spell, because with double roost, if I'm making a 2/2 flyer when I play a card like that, that's a good card. So with double roost, I'm going to be taking kicker cards extremely aggressively here, pack 3. In fact, I might play the Skyclave Sentinel, but we'll check that out during the draft portion. I mean, build portion. I appreciate the help. I need it on the pronunciations. All right, I think... Nah, we don't have wizards, and we have a lot of party stuff. Let me grab a wizard. You don't normally need Farsight Adept for that when you're blue-white, because blue has access to wizards. But it's pack 3, and we're not going to be drafting wizards that aggressively, because we have to draft kicker cards anytime we can in blue or white. So I think I should pick up the white wizard there. I think it's my first actual wizard, in addition to pack beast. So Angel Heart over nothing else here. Cell Sword over nothing else here. Wow, so now there's Dauntless Unity. I'm a creature deck with double roost, so I want that card, but there's Shepherd, which is a really good card for blue-white party. I mean, normally it's Shepherd over Dauntless Unity by miles, but with double roost, I don't really know. I think I'm going to go with the Unity. I have a lot of little creatures and I have double roost. If you kick Dauntless Unity with a roost out and get a 2/2 flyer in addition, that's a pretty busted card. You could definitely have taken Shepherd there. I think it's close now and normally not close at all. So let's say we get our Sentinel in, because that's our only other kicker card. That makes 29. We have a bunch of land spell modals, right? 1, 2, 4. Oh, I even got the Stampede. 5. Cool. So we probably... Well, definitely tactics here. So with 5 land spell modals in this deck, we can probably play like 14 lands. So we got to cut like 4 cards. Hey, there's the other Unity, yeah. So now we got to cut 5 cards. So it's not going to be easy, because we're doing 2 different things, the party synergy and the kicker cards. Alright, so let's assume for starters it's 7/7. So we're going to have to make a lot of cuts, so let's see what's cuttable. Outrider's cuttable. None of these, really. Sentinel's cuttable. It's only in there because of the double roost. I mean, we want to have all our types, but I guess at least one protector has to be cuttable. If we have enough 2-drops, the Cell Sword is cuttable, but I really don't want to. It's good with Pair Tactician and all of that. These cards aren't really cuttable. Wow. So my playables are good. Attended Healer, yeah, it's not, like, amazing, but I can give Cleric here in the air, lifelink, and make 1/1s. I've got another lifelink Cleric here. This is a Cleric. I gain life a few ways. Shepherd, Skyclave Cleric. I mean, I could just mostly cut these cards that I pulled off to the side. I don't know. I mean, if I don't cut these, I really don't know what I'm going to cut. This is 7 cards, so I can put back in 2. Yeah, Attended Healer's not busted in this deck, but I don't think it's going to get cut. Charix is not busted in this deck either, for sure, but I don't think it's going to get cut. Angel Heart is good with Attended Healer. Thanks, Tetsu Zizgo. Good luck to you as well. Again, Charix not busted in this deck, of course, but I don't think we're looking to cut it. I think that's going a bit too far. Yeah, I want the Cell Swords. I think I'm going to cut the fat stuff and put back in 2 of the Cell Swords. This looks good to me. Remember, these are really more like a 4-drop permanent. So if you look at my curve, it's really more like this. Charix isn't broken, not by any stretch. But it's a good card. It's like a 4-mana wall. They have to pay an extra 2 if they want to kill your 4-drop. And then it hits really hard when you want it to in the late game. It is underwhelming compared to how it looks, but it's still a good card. I think I have like 6 or 7 kicker cards. I mean, it's disappointing that I didn't pick up more Into the Royals and Bubble Snares. But we got 2 Dauntless Unities. We got the Kitesail Cleric. We've got the 2/3 flying thing. And we've got the 2 Roosts themselves. I guess I wouldn't really count 1 Roost normally, but because you can't kick a Roost, to help your own Roost. I mean, you get the 1/2/2, but you get that no matter what. But then, of course, if we kick a second Roost, that helps the previous Roost. So I guess you could view it like we have 1 Roost towards our kicker count. All right, we got to get our white land in play. I don't want to turn 1 Duelist anyway. Now I'll probably just plan on bringing out Duelist and blocking and eating their Wizard. And, well, never mind. Now I'm just going to play Sellsword. Super easy. Thank you, Luke. Appreciate the subscription. If they attack, of course, we're not blocking. Not because a 2-1 for a 3-1 is a big deal in terms of a trade, but more because we have a bunch of combat tricks, effectively. Tap blockers, shrink attackers or blockers, shrink blockers, etc., etc. So I think this works out really well if we attack. If they block with Ardent Electromancer, I guess we can't do anything amazing, right? We can, practice tactics it and move about our business. If they block with Wizard, we can Duelist it. They can't double block because they would lose both. So, let's attack, see what they want to do. Thanks, Buy a Canary and Risky Kick. Appreciate the subscriptions. Everybody go out and buy a Canary. Don't throw too risky of kicks, though. So you'll always take that free kill. The cards in our hand are not very expensive. I think I'll play the on-tap land and hold the Veil to use as a spell. With just the island in our hand, we can literally cast every card. So we can practice tactics that. Even if they have removal and response, we have a warrior and a rogue, so we'll still get 2. So if they attack, I would do that. On the flip side, we don't really want an even trade now because we can blow them out with Veil if all the blocking happens at once. Also, the Kitesail Cleric could tap blockers. So I think I'm just going to play Healer and pass this turn. If we attack with Sellsword, they just block with Royal Mage. I don't want a Veil. I don't want a Tactics. Just to kill a 2-1 Royal Mage. I'd rather get more creatures in play, I think. Thank you, Sada. I probably didn't pronounce your name right, but I appreciate the subscription, even if I can't pronounce anything, Magic cards or names. Thanks. Count Ben 3, pronunciation 2,464. Okay, so, what happens if I make like a big attack? Well, I mean, the Electromancer is going to end up on the duelist, and then I can practice tactics it. The Royal Mage is going to end up on the Sellsword, but I don't want to veil just that. What happens if I send just Healer? If they block with the Electromancer, I can, like, veil or tactics it, but then I can't cast anything because if I have tactics, because I only have 1 white mana. I guess if I veil, I can play Sellsword, but I still think we're waiting for a big attack. So, because remember, if I drew a Plains, I could, like, kick this Cleric, tap both blockers, and get him with everything. So I'm going to put out the Pair Tactician, because at the very... and just pass. Because at the very least, I'd like to be growing the Pair Tactician, having them make multiple trades and blocks, and then I can get them with Veil. So I think we're looking to do like a kind of a swarm here so that Veil can have more of an effect. Okay, so if we attack with a bunch of things, pretty much we're going to end up either tacticsing the Beetle or veiling to kill the Beetle if it blocks Tactician. Or both. But, I mean, we're not in a rush to Roost because the only Kicker card we have we can't play yet with Kicker. So now might be the time to attack. If I attack with everything, I don't know how they're going to block. If the Beetle goes on Tactician, that's awesome because of Veil. It probably won't. It'll probably block Healer or Sellsword. But then we can Tactics it. We're probably going to play Tactics and Veil in combat. But Beetle's a scary creature, so I think now is the time. I honestly don't know if they get the 1/1 tokens with Barons and Beetle. Because it puts 2 counters, then it becomes a creature. I really have no idea. But either way, I think this is a good time to attack. If they make like 1 block to each Duelist and take 9, I'll happily trade Duelist for 9 damage, and I'll just kick Roost. If they like block with Beetle, then I can kill it with Tactics. If they make a bunch of blocks, then we'll look at whether Veil is effective or not. So, like, this makes me think, like, I just pass and kick Roost. It's like 1 small trade down, no big deal. I get a flyer to start attacking them with, and I don't care about the Duelist. Tactics is still going to be fine. Veil doesn't stop Electromancer from killing Duelist. It just keeps Sellsword alive. I think I'd rather kick Roost. If we draw Plains, we can kick the Cleric, get another token, and tap 2 good blockers. We're probably going to have to try and win this game either in the air or, like, with big attacks on the ground or, like, a turn where we tap all their blockers. I'm not kidding. I have no idea whether if they activate the Barons, they get counters from they get 1/1s from the Beetle. Literally no clue. Hopefully we'll get to find out this game, not because it's necessarily good for us, just so we can learn. That gets them 5/1/1s. I know how that works. Yeah, so we still don't have a land. I think there's no way we're doing any good attacks on the ground now, so now we just attack with our flyer. Could really use a Plains. I mean, now that they have all those chump blockers, it's not going to, like, get in a bunch of damage, but I'd still get another flyer off the Roost. Let me check on CBL. I don't know. I have it open. It says working and everything, but I'll close it and reopen it at least. mean, this game is not looking good, but it's still winnable. It's still winnable in the air for sure. See if they can deal with our Drakes. We have a lot of pretty good draws. Like a Plains is a good draw. A second Roost is a good draw. So I don't know what they're going to have or don't have. But like I said, I don't really care that much about these ground creatures. And I was looking for a big attack where I can play Veil profitably. So something like this makes sense to me, right? They have to have something. Maybe I'm better off just blocking a bunch of 1/1s. Could do something like that. Substantially safer. See what they have. Okay, well, if they want to pass, I'm cool with that. Oh, now we'll find out. The answer is... yes. No, wait, it always triggers. The answer is no. They activated Barons, and they did not get any more 1/1s. So the answer is no to that question. Assuming Arena gets it right. Can't imagine we're doing anything here besides hitting for 2 and playing Shepherd. I mean, I could send the pair Tactician. They could, like, double block. I'd have a good Tactics. But that's such a worse turn than casting Shepherd. I don't even want that. Like, even if I knew if I sent Tactician, they would exactly double block, and I'd get the Tactics familiar and eat the 1/1, then I pass the turn. So I would much rather just play the Shepherd here. Gain 4 life, put out another nice flyer, which is how I'm winning the game in the air. Make my 1/1 token. I mean, I would like to have 6 Pedro from Brazil. Relic Amulet just sounds busted in that deck. I don't know. We'll see if Commander Legends looks sweet or not. I can't really say either way. Alright, their creatures don't have trample, so let's just figure out some blocks. I can't really assume they have much. I don't want to lose my flyers. That's probably the most important thing. I assume we're not going to take out the 6/7 profitably right now. 4/3 on a 2/4 is a really nice block. And then if we just have our 3/4 and our 2/3 1/1s, we're taking 7. That puts us in Royal Eruption range if we're not killing them on the backswing. Oh, the Intended Healer could give lifelink to the Shepherd, though. And that looks really good. Because then we get out of Royal Eruption range again, and then we have Veil for their next attack. So I think I like these blocks. If they use a Royal Eruption this turn, then okay, but it's not killing us, it's just killing a creature. And if they don't, then what we can do is have the Intended Healer give lifelink to the Shepherd, and that'll work out nicely for us. All right, well, they had a Sizzling Barrage, and so now let's investigate. We have 8 in play. We can't kill them. We have Veil, so we're not that worried about their combat. I think I just want to hit for 6 and put out Kitesail Cleric and have Veil up. Seems hard to miss the 4-point attack, but I don't want to only have 1 blocker up in case they have removal. Unfortunately, we didn't draw 2 planes or we would have won this game easier. Now it's going to come down to the last couple cards in their hand, I think. I don't think it's better to keep Tactics up because it doesn't kill Cleric or Barons. It only kills Beetle. And Beetle's only dealing us 1 this turn if we Veil. I could be wrong. I don't know how I could have lethaled. I mean, if they have nothing, I guess, but... Like, there are certainly ways to lethal, but we knew they had something. We didn't know why. Oh, you're saying why not send with the healer to put them on lethal for the next turn. You're not talking about blockers. Yeah, I mean, we just had to have 2 blockers because of Barons. Like, Veil isn't enough against their giant creatures. I wish it was. Okay, can we do anything productive? We have to put something on Cleric. If we put Kitesail on Spring Mantle and Attended Healer on the 1/1, we don't have to Veil. But if we're gonna Veil, would we rather kill the 1/1? No, we'd rather just take 1 damage. 4 and 3 are no different, because if they have Royal Eruption, they can kill us either way. So pretty much no matter what, this is the block that makes the most sense. And I think I'm just going to let them put me to 1. 1 and 3 don't really feel any different here, so... Yeah, I don't know what they have. Obviously, it's not looking good. I mean, if the 2 cards in their hand were lands, we'd win, of course. But they're not attacking with Barons, and they keep attacking, so I'm not, like, feeling good about this game. On the bright side, if that's their plan to swarm on the last turn, maybe Veil can still win us this game. It's looking very tight. So, let's see. We can't play Colossus and Veil. We have to play Veil. Let's say we pass to them. We have Veil and Tactics. Tactics for 4. So we can... No, we exactly die if they attack with everything. Because we can Tactics away, and we have only 2 blockers. We can Tactics away the Beetle and then Veil and block the Barons and the Cleric, but we still take 1 from the Commander. So I don't think I can attack. I just have to hope they swarm, and then I can Veil and make some blocks and then maybe kill them on my next turn. We're not in a winning position now. But there are ways we can win. The Tactician itself is lethal. So if the 2 cards in their hand, let's say, are lands, and they just go all in and attack with everything, then we get to Veil, Tactics, lose the 2/2 and the 2/3, and deal them exactly 4 for lethal with the Tactician. So the way we win this game is basically them just shoving all in, and then we can chump block, Veil, have Tactician live, and then hit them for 4 and win the game. So it's looking real bad, but if they activate the Barons and swing with everything and don't have anything else to play, we can still steal this game. Also, if they don't do that, we have the pump spell, but I think to give +2/+1, you have to kick it, and we only have 1 white, so that may still not work. Alright, so let's see, what can we do? If we're going to tactics away, like, Beetle probably, and then chump block, and Veil, and Tactician can eat Commander. I guess there's no other real options. I mean, we could leave the 2/2 alive, the 2/2 flyer, instead of the Tactician, but the only way to give it +2, I think, is the Dauntless Unities, which when you kick them are double white, and we still only have 1 white, unfortunately. So I think it pretty much has to look like this. I don't think I can win now. Yeah, I don't think we have real outs here either. Like I said, I needed them to turn both of those 1/1s. If they would have attacked with those, then we could have won with the Tactician. Or if I had another Plains, then I would have left the 2/2 flyer out and won by kicking the Dauntless Unity for lethal. So ugly. Good game. Yeah, opponent played well. I didn't keep the Evasive Drake because I had no way to give it +2. I had no way to kill them with it. If I had literally 2 plains and 4 islands, I would have kept the Drake that last turn instead of the Tactician. Because then if I drew Dauntless Unity, we would win. But with only 1 white mana, I mean, 3 isn't 4. We have an emote for that. 1 does not equal 0. We're not going to mulligan that opening hand. I mean, we had the Mekinda Stampede, so we had a white land. Yeah, playing the 1/1 flyer earlier would have been enough. I agree with that. I don't know if it was right or wrong. I mean, we could kick it and get counters on roosts or tap blockers. But I do agree if I had put it out earlier, we would have won. By trick, if you mean the Dauntless Unity, yeah, it's not a good card, but with Double Roost, you play it. It doesn't go to... With Double Roost, it doesn't go from bad card to amazing card. It goes from bad card to solid playable. Alright, so I think we have to play one of these white tap lands, right? Which one? Probably the Stampede, so we can curve out. Turn 2 Cleric, turn 3 Tactician, turn 4 Roost. Should have just been greedy. Greed is good. Somebody smart said that once. It's funny, too, because it's from a movie about, like, Wall Street and trading. And in real life, I actually don't think greed is good. But in Magic, greed is good. No, I would pretty much never play Roost as a 1-drop. Like, obviously you could construe a hand in deck where you would do it, but it would be ultra rare. So if I attack with both, Wizard trades for Tactician. That's not a good trade with double Sellsword. I'm just going to attack for 1 and play my Sellswords this turn. And then next turn we can look at a potential big attack, or at least an attack with a Sellsword and a Tactician to start growing it. Yes, with them looting away a Geyser Mage, we can definitely assume their hand is gas, but there's not really anything we can do about that. I mean, we can Journey a good blocker and get in a good attack, and then we have Roost, and we have like 6 kicker cards or something, so that's not ideal, but it's not like we'll never kick another card besides the Roost itself, necessarily. I mean, it could be the case. Okay, so they don't have a good block on the 4-3 this turn, so I don't think I need to use Journey here, right? If I just attack with... Well, I can just attack with everything, really. If they want to block Wizard on Sellsword, cool, they're almost certainly going to do that. But then if they want to kill the other Sellsword, they have to lose Windrider Wizard, which not only loots, but is a flyer, so that seems fine to me. And if they want to kill Cleric, they can double block, it still trades with Wizard. And if they want to kill the pair Tactician, they can double block, I'll kill both. So this turn looks like a pretty easy attack with everything and kick Roost. And then we don't need to use Journey, because nothing they have out is really blanking us. As a general guideline in Magic, look, you deviate from the heuristics from the guidelines all the time. If you have a creature and a removal spell, you generally want to play the creature over the removal, unless the removal really changes the blocks, changes the board, etc. And to be clear, that's not a rule, it's a guideline. But so in this case, we had a 4-drop creature in Roost and a removal. Their blocks weren't that good, so we'll just let them block and play our creature, and we can use the removal on the following turn. If they had one creature that was stopping us from having a good attack, then we might use the removal on it and save the creature for later. Alright, I don't know what they have or don't have, but I think I'm just going to cast both my removal spells here. I'm not really that concerned about saving them, because they're only going to have 4 lands, and Blue-Red's creatures are pretty small. So I think here, I'm just going to try and kill both their creatures. I Journey the Windrider Wizard, because that's the one that has an in-play ability, so if I Binding it, they still get the loots. And then I'm going to Binding the Mystic, assuming this works. It's not too greedy. The reason is because I'm not playing both removal here to try for lethal, so to speak. I expect that they're going to have a removal or a bounce spell or a counter or something. I'm playing both removal, because those are both fine targets for my removal, and I'm ahead and I don't have anything else to do. Like, if I had the same concept I talked about last turn, if I had a 3rd card in my hand and it was a good creature, I probably wouldn't play both removal and go for lethal. I would probably kill the better blocker, the Mystic, attack, and then play my other creature. But the last 2 cards in my hand are these removal spells, and I don't feel like I need to save them for better creatures. I'm far enough ahead, and they're playing Blue-Red, which has small creatures. So it's less about going for lethal and more just about using my mana and casting my cards. This is a game I'm trying to win through aggression. They have 5 cards still in their hand. If they get to play all of those, they'll probably win, but I have 4 creatures out to their 1. So the reason I played both my removal was more because I'm trying to win through aggression and cast cards every turn than it was because I'm going for lethal. And the reason I say that is because let's pretend they had 2 more life. I would still play both removal this turn, even though I'm not threatening lethal. It's not about the lethal, it's about advancing my board position as much as possible and using my mana and casting my cards. Okay, we need blue mana this time, so I can't hold Veil. I literally closed and reopened Cardboard Live a few minutes ago, And it doesn't need to be updated or anything. I mean, I'll gladly close it and reopen it again, but I don't know why it's not working. There's nothing I can really say. Oh, the stream delay, because I had to use a delay. Hold on, this could be why. I'm going to shut off the delay and then close and reopen it. We're not on a stream delay, but I had to use one for League Play, so I had to set that in Cardboard Live. So that might be why it's not working. Let me close it and reset that and see if it works. Okay, do we play Stampede as a land? We have 4 lands, but we have a 5-drop. Charix, I think we do. When did I become so not greedy? This is not like me. I just want to cast Shepherd on turn 5, right? And then after that, if we have 6 mana, that's just pumping the Charix twice. I know that the land, it's not an island, but presumably we'll draw some islands over the course of the game. We might not, but the odds are we will. Yeah, I'm sorry. So for League Play, I had to do a 10-minute delay because those are really serious matches. And, we can't have, people just, tell my opponents what's in my hand or whatever. So I set that in Cardboard Live, and I turned off the delay for the stream, of course, but I forgot that I needed to set that setting in Cardboard Live. As usual, y'all are on top of things, chat. I'm not going to block. I'm not sure whether I'm going to get to attack back profitably or not, but the Shepherd's going to gain an extra 2 life with a Warrior in play. So that's the main reason I'm not blocking here, because I feel like it's almost a free roll, given I'll get the 2 life back if the Tactician's still out in 2 turns when I play the Shepherd. Okay, so now I'm going to attack. If they want to flash in a flyer or something, fine. They can trade it for my paired Tactician. If not, I get in the 3 damage. And then post-combat, Roost of Drakes. Remember, Charix isn't like a great turn 4 play. Like, if you're on the defensive and they have big creatures, it's a great ground blocker, but it doesn't block a 2/2 Death Touch or a 2/1 Flyer. Charix is a good late game win condition, and it's good for gumming up the ground, but it's not good against Death Touch creatures and Flyers. So I'm not going to make the even trade because I have Veil. So again, we don't really want even trades because we have Veil, but we would take profitable trades. So what I think I'm going to do here is attack the 2/2 Flyer, because if that trades with Diviner, that's good. I'm not going to send the Tactician, because they'll probably block with Skulker, and I don't want to have to play Veil this turn. And then post-combat, I'll just play Shepherd to stop them from attacking back in the air. And just advance my board and use all my mana and so on. I don't want to make it like that's the only reason I'm playing Shepherd here. Why did I play the Stampede as a land? I could have held it. I have so many extra white lands, and then I could have pumped my whole team for a good attack. Alright, let's see. So this turn I'd be happy to use Veil, because I now drew another island, so I can play Veil and Charix this turn, and that's all the rest of my spells. This Relic Golem is nowhere near attacking or blocking, so I think I'm just going to attack with everything and see how they block, and I'll play Veil if they make blocks that are good to play Veil, which any block pretty much is. I assume they're just going to end up putting like Sky Dancer on the Flyer and Skulker on the Tactician, something like that. And then I can Veil for 2 good exchanges. Even if they only give me the 1 good exchange, I'll still just Veil, probably. Actually, if they only block Skulker on Tactician, I would just pass to them, because the real battle might be in the air later. But if they make 2 blocks where I kill both their creatures with Veil, then it's a no-brainer. It would have been extremely close if they would have only put Skulker on Tactician, whether to use Veil or not. If they're going to give me 2 dead creatures there and have both mine live, then I'm going to just snap play the Veil. Hello! When Thieving Sky Dancer enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, gain control of target artifact. They conceded and I didn't even play the Sky Dancer? Maybe they were sniping. That was definitely super game. I was going to kick the Sky Dancer, take the Relic Golem, get a Roost Flyer. But on board, they were only down a little bit. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have the Charix too and stuff. Like, they were losing on board without the Skydiver. But the Skydiver was going to be sweet. Excuse me. Oh, right. There's no way they make that block versus Veil if they're sniping, yeah. I don't actually think they were sniping. It's just, like, on board I was winning, but not, like, by that much. And kicking the Skydiver was literally going to be, like, you know, channel Fireball. So, like, I was going to take their 6/6, get a 2/1 flyer, and get a 2/2 Roost token off Roost of Drakes. So I was pretty excited about that. So this hand doesn't have a white source. I've got, like, 9 in the deck. The blue cards look good, but it's a 1/1 and 2 that cost 4 mana. Kind of think I have to mull this on the play. I really don't want to, but I don't really think I can keep this. I mean, it pretty much does nothing if I don't draw, like, planes. Well, speaking of bad hands, I can't go to 5 with this. I'll just put out my Cleric and my Sellsword. Do I put back Roost or Skydiver? Probably second Roost. I could easily end up stuck on 2 planes, 1 island, and win this game in the air, and so on. You know how it is. There's the days where your mana draws are not super smooth, not great, and you go, like, a lot of 3/3s and stuff, and there's the days where you're drawing well and then you get your 7/1s. Like, that's how Magic works. So, do I want to trade Sellsword for Banneret? Not really. If nothing else, Sellsword is lowering the cost of Stalker activation, and I don't think they're going to activate Banneret anytime soon. So I'll just hit them for 1 in the air and see how this game develops. Thank you, Tear. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you, Deadman on Fire. Appreciate the subscription. Go find some water. Okay, so hit with the Cleric and play Seafloor Stalker. Nothing really changed, but at least we found our island. So we're live, let's say. Hey, we got a raid from DZMTG. What's up, DZ? Appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Alright, so what happens this turn? I can use my mana on Skydiver. I'm definitely not just trying to save it. If I attack right now with Stalker, if they double block and I pump, I only kill one of their creatures and I lose Stalker, but I do kill a good creature, and they don't know I don't have a trick, so it's pretty unlikely they'll do that. I think the play now is just attack with everything, because Sellsword for Banneret's about even, but if that happens, it means they don't have a block on the Stalker. So we get a little bit of a benefit from sending Sellsword. And also, they might be scared to block, or they might have some plans. Usually people don't want to throw away a healer. Usually that's a pretty powerful card in play. This would be a good turn to draw removal. Alright, no luck with removal. We don't need another white land. We need another blue land, so we can cast the Cleric. We can't attack in the air. So it looks like a pretty easy turn. We can use all our mana, activate the Stalker, play the Cleric. There's not really anything to think about here. No decisions. Unkicked Roost wasn't a consideration because remember our opening hand was the Cleric, 2 planes, and the Roost. So we needed to draw island to island to kick the Roost. And we wanted to play the Cleric turn 1. Just a 1 mana 1/1 flyer on turn 1 is going to deal some damage. I don't drink caffeine. I'm firmly against putting caffeine into my body. Okay, so we have the Veil. What trade could we offer with the flyer? I had a 2/1 and a 1/1. They have a 3/3. Oh, you're saying if they attack, I could double block maybe, but they didn't attack, right? I don't know when I could have offered a trade with the flyer. Now I think it's Veil as a land to unlock Roost and activate Stalker again. Seems easy enough. I could attack and try and Veil, but, I mean, if I shrink this to a 1-3, it's still killing whichever flyer it blocks. I'd rather have double activation on the Stalker or the ability to play Roost. Yeah, and when I'm not drinking these Red Bulls, I've got my, like, train to cold brews. Like, I'm fully addicted to caffeine. I would never deny it. I'm not proud, I'm not ashamed, but I am a believer in admitting reality. Good games, Boston. Okay, so Journey is a pretty good draw. We could take out the flyer if we want to, and then get back to attacking in the air. We can't play Roost and Journey this turn. I mean, we could Journey the healer, but I think I'm more scared of the flyer. We're able to hit with both. The Skyclave Cleric blocks the ground creatures just fine. Roost is another flyer in hand, so I think we definitely want to take out the 3/3 flyer that's stopping our Roost token, Dive, Skydiver, and Kitesail Cleric. So, of course, they play an even better flyer, so my B. Alright, well, no possible attack this turn, but we can dump out both our creatures. No, maybe I could have journeyed their Journey. I didn't even consider that. Stalker could lethal them. I mean, I got in 3 immediately with the flyers, though, and it's hard to assume they're going to have another 3/3 flyer. Like, they exist, but there's not that many. So you're certainly not crazy to consider that. It's certainly a reasonable consideration. If I knew they had Scion, I would have done it. I think my play was right, but, I mean, it's certainly not unreasonable to think about that, not by any stretch. Okay, I assume they're just going to give it lifelink. Maybe they have a trick, but I don't care about Skyclave Cleric. My guess is they're just going to give it lifelink to grow Scion here. Oh, they can just give the Scion itself lifelink, actually. So I don't know why they attack, but... Again, if they have a trick, who cares? I couldn't care less about my Skyclave Cleric, so we'll just have to see what happens. Yeah, that was not especially good for us. So I don't have the mana to play this and activate it. Seems like a pretty straightforward turn of hit them in the air and play my 2/3. I don't think we can really win here with them giving Scion lifelink. I mean, I have more removal. If I top deck my Nahiri's Binding or something, maybe we can Nahiri's Binding the Scion and then get back in the game. But we're definitely losing to the Baneslayer Angel. It might look like Scion of the Swarm, but it's really Baneslayer Angel. What's up, Happy Goblin? Glad to know that even goblins can be happy. Yeah, we're definitely losing, but the only thing they're really beating us with is the Scion. So, I mean, it's not like, you know, oh, I'm going to concede, because if I do top deck Nahiri's Binding for the Scion, then we're right back in it, right? Like, we're absolutely losing, and losing quickly and losing badly, but it's all to the Scion, basically. That doesn't look like Nahiri's Binding, though. So I guess... I don't really care whether I chump the Scion with the 1/1 or the 2/2. So I guess I'll hit them with the Kitesail Cleric, make a 1/1 token with the Attended Healer. The thing is, even though their board looks massive, imagine their board without the Scion in play. We have a 2/3 that eats these ground creatures, 2/2s eat 1/1s. So like I said, we stand no chance at winning without drawing a removal for the Scion. But if we did draw removal for the Scion, we'd be an underdog, but we might be like 33% to win the game if the top card of our deck is Nahiri's Binding. So like, I'm not going to concede when we're just on and out. I concede when, like, you just can't win, basically. Like, even if you're not dying the next turn, but, like, no, there's no card, there's not, like, 2 cards you're going to draw to win the game. You just can't win. But in this game, we're way behind. We're probably going to lose. But if we top deck Nahiri's Binding, we're not that far out of it. Oh yeah, the worst case scenario is a 4-mana 2/2 flyer, which of course is a bad card, But that's the floor. So you definitely play the Roost. Maybe I shouldn't have drafted the Roost, but again, I would have took like a good white or blue party card over Roost pack 3. It was literally like a Seafloor Stalker or Practice Tactics or something. There wasn't like any like good cards for my deck to take over Roost. Just very mediocre stuff. So I would have probably took Shepherd over Roost 1, but after getting Roost 2, pick 2, pack 3, I'm not going to do that, because now I have Roost, which supports the previous Roost, and now I have 2 Roosts, and I'll take every kicker card I see. If the pack 1, pick 3 had Roost and Shepherd, I might have took Shepherd. Okay, so we didn't find the... Oh, I can make one more flyer, so alright, I still won't concede. If I Dauntless Unity with kicker here, I'll get a flyer to shove in front of the Scion. We might just be dead now, but... see what happens. Yeah, now I don't think we can win, because even if I draw the removal now, I die to the Shepherd, right? I mean, maybe I can get the life, but we're not winning from here. This draft was just a tough draft because we started blue, we saw more white, but then pack 3, we didn't see white party stuff. We saw blue kicker stuff. So, like, this is a deck that wanted to be, like, half blue-white kicker and half party. Half green-blue kicker and half blue-white party. That was our seat. And, of course, you want to see one of the two, not half and half. There's just, like, there was no way, I think, to get there. Like, we didn't see good blue-white party stuff in pack 3. We saw blue-green kicker stuff in pack 3. But remember, I was looking for blue-green kicker in pack 1, but we only saw, like, white party cards and stuff after the good blue cards we started with. Okay, so this turn... I'm not against Journeying a Riptide, but I'd probably rather cast my spells. I'm not dying to play Charix into their open mana, but I also don't only want to use 2 mana and play Pack Beast. I mean, I guess I could put Veil and play Tapped and play Pack Beast, because I might need to filter mana through the Pack Beast. Is that better? Yeah, that's probably better, because we're not activating Charix anytime soon. And we haven't drawn lands, really. We could use the Veil as a land. It's not very effective to -2, -0, 5/5. Okay, so this turn, we have 5 to work with. I could Binding the Riptide. I don't really want to attack into all their open mana. I think I'm just going to cast Roost. Play the land first because Jwari Disruption does exist. It's not really Render Piece, because, like, I try and hone in on a deck when I can. I, like, couldn't, because there weren't blue-white party cards in pack 3, and there weren't blue-green kicker cards in pack 1. It's not like I didn't want to hone in on one deck. Alright, I'm happy to race. We have Dauntless Unity to pump our team and removal spells, so I'm never blocking here. Seems fine. I know, putting out Charix, like, we're not necessarily in a great position to sink mana into it, but it's effectively a removal spell for Riptide for this turn anyway. It's an 0/17. It can block a 5/5, no problem. I don't know yet about Commander Legends or Kaladesh or what. We'll make those calls about when we see the set, how fun it is, what's in it, etc., etc. I missed Rogue Pump. It was only 2. I thought it was 3. I've got Rogue and one other type. Charix doesn't have a type, and it's 3 to pump the Rogue, right? I used 4 lands for Charix, and I had 2 left. It's 3 to pump the Rogue. I'm not sure what you're seeing. Okay, so I can play the healer, which makes the journey only cost 2. Then I can journey the 4/4 flyer. I mean, they could have a kicker card like Shell Shield, but then they're just trading Shell Shield for one of my creatures, which isn't great, but it's also not horrible. And if they don't have it, then the attack with everything looks good. So I think that's a pretty clear play this turn to use all their mana. If they have nothing, this play is certainly right. We'll find out if they have something, of course. I hope I'm alright. I did have a long weekend. I didn't get a lot of sleep. I did a lot of Rivals League play and everything like that. I don't take offense to stuff like that. I mean, if I look tired, I don't know. I probably didn't get a lot of rest over the weekend. Hopefully. I slept fine last night, but the previous 2-3 nights I didn't get a lot of sleep. Thank you, Adam84. Appreciate the subscription. Oops, I shouldn't have set Charix. That was just the attack all button. But I don't think it's going to be too punishing. Yeah, I can move the cam up a little bit so it doesn't cover the lands. Right about there. Oh, come on. That's not a punt. I use the attack all button. The Riptide's unlikely to attack back. I'm winning the race. I'll let you call that a punt if they hit me for 5 here, and then I lose because of that 5. But I highly doubt they're even attacking me this turn. That's not a punt. Alright, what do we want to do? Probably binding the 4/4 and attack with everything, but we do also have the Unity with Kicker as an option, which will make any of our creatures big enough to take out the 4/4 and give us a 2/2 flyer. So we definitely have a couple of options here. The nice thing about the binding play is I do still have Shelter online because of the Pack Beast. And I mean, we really don't need to try for any kind of lethal this turn. Binding on the Falconer just looks great. And then we can just attack with everything. We have Shelter available. Pretty safe scenario. And that's also another nice thing about this line. Now they use their Shell Shield because they can't let us kill the Falconer. So instead of some kind of all-out attack that would have been medium into Shell Shield, not great, not horrible, we can just hit them with Stalker and then next turn attack. It's okay, it's EJ. There are a lot of potatoes, don't feel bad. Baked potatoes, sweet potatoes. Yeah, the Pack Beast gave us triple white. And next turn, if we draw any land, then we can have Dauntless Unity with Kicker and Shelter up. Also, we have Charix Pumps. Also, we can just kill them with Stalker. I mean, we're barely even short on that, so I think I like that conservative play last turn. Let's let them cast some things because they certainly need to, and then we'll see what our options look like. Yeah, they probably top-decked it because presumably they would have used it the turn before, but we don't really know. I love potatoes. Well, that's a strong play. Maybe it'll get them back in the game some. Don't get me wrong, we're still in good shape, but they kill our 2/2 flyer, reset our board a little bit, definitely take us off a lethal this turn. Okay, so if I attacked with Charix, I could like double pump and eat something if they block, but then I can't shelter on the Seafloor Stalker. I could play Attended Healer and have shelter to unlock Stalker. I think I have too much to do in hand to be sinking mana into the Charix right now. If I put out the Attended Healer and then shelter the Stalker Blue, it will only cost 2 to pump, Rogue, Cleric, and Pack Beast. So they're literally getting very close to lethal. And I should only be taking 4 in the air. This is actually ending up kind of tight. I can make a flyer with Kick Dauntless Unity. So let's see, now what are our options? Currently 2 to pump the Stalker, 1 if I put out the Sellsword. So they're dead if I want to go all in on the... Oh, I'm 1 mana short, because it'll be 1 blue. I can pump it 4 times, but not 5. If I had, like, 1 more... If this had been an island instead of a plains, I could have went Sellsword, pumped the Stalker 5 times. As is, I'd really like to gain some life, so I don't die in the air, possibly. So what can we do? We can kick the Unity to get our flyer, which we need to not die. We can give lifelink to the Pack Beast and do that if we want to. I can't attack with everything and make plays like that, though, because then I don't have a blocker for the 6/6. I think it's safer to give the Pack Beast lifelink than it is to rely on the flyer from Dauntless Unity. Yeah, but we're mana short if we filter through the Pack Beast. That adds 1. It would literally be 2 mana and then 5 pumps. It would be like exactly enough. I mean, I have lethal next turn if they don't kill me. So yeah, I think it's safer to not die in the air if we give lifelink to the Pack Beast than it is to make a flying blocker. If we make a flying blocker and they have like sorcery speed removal, we die. I mean, granted, if they have sorcery speed removal for the Stalker, I don't know how I'm going to kill them next turn, but I still think this is the safer line. If they have nothing, we're going to win. If they have like a removal or something, we're probably going to lose. They didn't attack for 5 that turn. I didn't lose an extra 5, Reshavak. I said if the 5 cost me, but they didn't hit me for 5. Nothing happened as a result of the Charix attack for 0. So, I mean, they're dead to the Stalker if they don't have anything, and the 2 flyers can't lethal me, but obviously if they kill the Stalker, it's going to be hard for me to get in lethal, and this is looking bad. But if they have nothing, we win. If their hand is like some creatures and lands, we win. They have to have removal or bounce. Because they're not lethaling me on board, I mean, not even close, and they're not killing Seafloor Stalker on board, and they're dead to it. So they need removal or bounce to win this game. Well, that qualifies as removal or bounce. They just stole my win condition. Okay, I doubt we have any choices now. I mean, we're not just strictly dead. We're probably dead, but they do have to sink mana into the Stalker. Otherwise, we can make a flying blocker with the Dauntless Unity. If we attack, they're going to block everything for sure. But maybe they don't know we have Unity. Maybe they won't make the perfect attack or whatever. We'll see what happens. So now, if we make a flying blocker, we're dead if they send the 2 flyers and the stalker, because the stalker's unblockable. So this was what they needed to do to win. They needed to activate the stalker, basically, and it looks like they did. That was a good game. Not happy we lost it, but it was a good game. Yeah, I mean, Inscription and Lol Mage were big. I mean, I don't think I did anything wrong except that attack for 0 with the Charks, which obviously didn't matter. Even though everyone in the chat wants to call it a punt. I know, Miser, I know. Way too much constructed lately. Tell WotC that they need to make Rivals League play all draft or half draft or something. Playing too much Constructed definitely makes you a worse Magic player. Limited is so much harder than Constructed. I'm doing okay in the Rivals League. I'm not doing great. I'm literally dead average. I'm 12-12 in Rivals League right now. So far, we've played 24 matches. I won 12 and I lost 12. Although, to be fair, I actually won 12 and lost 11. I mean, I did oversleep one of them. So, in reality, I'm above 500 against the best in the world, but my bet is still undefeated. Yeah, one good week and one bad week, yeah. And honestly, it was kind of what I deserved. The green, white, black I played the previous week was fine, but I didn't work on that deck nearly enough. I literally worked on it for one day, and I wasn't playing standard. This black-white list, I worked on like almost all of last week when I only streamed like once, and this weekend. And I felt I tweeted both times before the day start, not after I got the result, that like I didn't practice much for the black, green, white, and I didn't have high expectations. And this week, I was like, I really like my deck. Like, I worked hard on it. Anything could happen, but I feel really good or whatever. All right, let's see. New draft. Kazol Royal Chaser is good if you're Blue-Red Wizards, but it's not exciting. Same thing with Wind Rider Wizard. Zoth Consumption's a nice land spell modal. It's good in the late game, and it's a land spell modal, so it's a land when you need it to be. Vanquish is good removal. I think I take Consumption over Vanquish, but not by a lot. So this pick is either what? Wind Rider Wizard, Consumption, or Vanquish? I think it's just Consumption. It's not an exciting first pick, but it's a pretty good land spell modal. Like in the late game, you're pretty happy to have a Drain for 4, and it's a land when you need it to be. You could certainly take Vanquish or Wind Rider Wizard. Those are fine picks out of that pack as well. I mean, that's a complicated question, Balaki, but I would view Theros Draft as a very grindy, slow format. You know, you want things that power up your scape and plan for long, grindy games and things like that. Okay, so if we're staying on color, we're taking Feed. Feed is the best black card. I wouldn't take Bubble Snare over Feed, having first picked a black uncommon. Bubble Snare is better than Feed, but not by that much. Legion Angel, if we don't get a second, is probably not a better pick than Feed, but it is also pack 1, and we might see a second. And our opponent passed us a white rare. Legion Angel's tough, because if you get 1, it's good but not great, more like an uncommon. If you get 2, it's completely broken. So Legion Angel's a hard card to evaluate. But Feed the Swarm is not great in multiples and not a great removal spell. So I think I'm going to take a Legion Angel this early in the draft. The opponent passing it to us tells us that they're probably not going to draft white. And if we do see a second over the course of the draft, then it becomes a very broken card. Okay, this looks like a pretty easy Skyclave Cleric. Well, maybe Veteran Adventurers in consideration. There's no black cards, so, I mean, if we're going to take the best white card, I think that's Skyclave Cleric over Shepherd. But I guess the best card of the pack is Veteran Adventurer. So it's close, I guess, between Veteran Adventurer and Skyclave Cleric. Shepherd's good. I really like Shepherd. This is a card that's gone up in value for me a lot, the whole format, but I don't take it over a land spell modal that's decent. But Veteran Adventurer I would probably take over Skyclave Cleric, pick 1, pack 1, but not when we're seeing white after we got past a Legion Angel, so. Okay, so there's 2 cards to consider in this pack. Spoils of Adventure is really good if you do go white party. Malachor Blood Priest, quite good if you go black-white Clerics. This gains life, this gains life. I think we're well positioned for black-white Clerics. I mean, I know we don't have any of the Cleric cards that matter yet. But, I mean, we also haven't seen much blue. I think I want to take Blood Priest over Spoils here. I'm not 100%. This is a close pick. If you wanted to take Spoils, like, I would not blame you at all. There's way more upside. Spoils is a really powerful card. But, you know, Cleric that gains life, card that gains life. Seems like we don't want to be passing on the Blood Priest there. I think there's a pretty easy Stampede. The rest of the cards in this whole pack are mediocre, both in black and white and in every other color. I like Shepherd a lot, but I also like land spell modals a lot. And Skyclave Cleric's a decent one. Like, it's not a great late game card, but a 2-mana 1/3 that gains in the Cleric decks is pretty good because you usually trigger things by gaining life. Wow, what is going on here? So there's, like, a first pick quality blue removal spell. There's a first pick quality white removal spell, which is what I guess we have to take, because white is the color we've seen the most of and we're playing. Roiling Regrowth is a card I like a lot. Kazul's Fury is even a pretty good land spell modal. I love MDFCs. I will admit, maybe it's partly biased, because I love the split card, like, Mental Magic, like, make choices aspect. But you lose a lot of games to Flood and Screw in Limited, and they really mitigate that strongly. Just going to grab another Cleric. I mean, we have a good black-white Cleric deck, except we don't have any of the key Cleric uncommons. So hopefully we'll get them in the next 2 packs. I don't think I need to be taking Skulkers. I mean, we don't really do Party Synergy yet. I mean, we definitely might end up doing it, but I think we just stick with the Clerics. I'm going to take Practice Tactics over Banneret. I like your prediction, Bing Bang Boom. Let's do it. Let's get like 2 or 3 of the good Cleric uncommons this pack in pack 2, and then our deck will be sweet. Yeah, we didn't see much black. But I never had a second color to go into, right? I mean, we've seen a ton of white, which I kind of thought would happen after they passed us Legion Angel. Legion Angel's not by any stretch some unpassable rare, but if somebody does pass it, the odds that they're going to draft white aren't that high. I think I might go Outrider here. We already have 2 Angel Art Protectors, and that's not a card I like a lot. And Outrider's actually better, like in Clerics than Warriors, because it's a Warrior and counts itself. Taking Scythecat just in case we go green-white landfall, which could easily happen. I mean, obviously we're only committed to white at this point. We want to draft Clerics. I mean, we have Celebrant, we have a bunch of Clerics, but we could certainly play white-green. So I grabbed the Ascetic and the Scythecat. If we get the Cleric black-white uncommons, then that's definitely where we go. But if we get good green cards or something else, then we can still go there. Okay, so there's no busted Cleric uncommons. Shepherd is good. If we want to take a white card, we're definitely taking Shepherd. I generally would take Acquisition Expert over Shepherd in a black-white deck. I don't know that we're committed to black, so I think that makes this pick pretty close. We could either take, like, Expert or Predation, which I think are pretty close. If we knew we were black-white, I would take both these here over Shepherd. But I think we take Shepherd and see what's in the next pack, because we're really not committed to black. We have 2 good black cards. We have, like, 2 only a little bit worse green cards. And, I mean, if we get past a broken red rare or whatever, we can play white anything. So I think it's Shepherd and see what's in the next pack. Well, this pack's not really going to help solidify us in any way either. This pack kind of sucks. I have no idea what to take out of this pack. I guess Gloomhunter. I mean, Gloomhunter's fine if we go black-white clerics, but otherwise Rune Crab, but we're not really going to need to mill them. We have good flyers and stuff. I know, I hate passing Crab, but we're not turning 8 in their yard like Rogue Synergy on, and we don't need it as a win condition or anything. Like, we have a bunch of flyers. This is just a bad pack. I mean, Crab's a good card in some decks, and if you're red-green, then Brushfire's sweet, but overall, this is just a bad pack. But I think Gloomhunter's the right choice. Shambler is like, you're going to play it if you're like, green counters matter, but it's not an exciting card. Even in those decks, it's not an exciting card. So this is an easy vanquish. It's the best card in the pack overall. Fits our deck. We even just took a black card because we didn't really have good options. We're just going to end up black-white, good commons. Like, I mean, we have good uncommons. They're just not the cleric cards. Like, Legion Angel, yeah, it's rare, but it's about the equivalent of an uncommon if you don't get a second. Stampede and Zoff Consumption are good cards. We just don't have, like, the cleric uncommon, like, synergy stuff. Like power cards. So now I do feel like we're committed to black, since we just got Vanquish and Gloomhunter and didn't see good cards in other colors. So I'm not sure between Acquisitions Expert and Stampede. I think I'm going to go Expert. I mean, we don't really need the Celebrants. They're not really triggering anything. I mean, we'll play them, of course. But at the moment, I think Acquisitions Expert is offering us more. And if you look at this, it's a pretty grindy black-white deck. It gains life. I think Drana Silencer is actually going to end up good for us. Since we have mostly clerics and it's a rogue, that means it's going to -2/-2 every time. And we're also going to have some warriors. I actually think this is going to be a pretty good card in our deck. I know that's a pick that might have surprised a lot of you, but I feel like Drana Silencer in like a grindy black-white deck is going to have a lot of positive value. That said, I don't want too many 6-drops. I would play a second Silencer, but I'm not going to take it over these cheaper cards. So now, do I take Banneret or Skulker? Looks like a good time to pick up a Banneret. We don't have any yet. It's a card that's not good in multiples, but it's a warrior, which we don't have a lot of, and that's our first one. I don't think these cards can end up mattering. I think we're committed to white-black, and there's no way we're going to play any of them, but I guess Rabid Bite's probably the most likely. Similar with the Felidar. I don't know. I doubt we're going to play it. That's a late Predation. That's a nice pickup. The Wizard is fine for party stuff, but we don't have a lot of party synergies that are important yet. And, I mean, the Seagate Banneret is +1 party for us as well. We literally have, like, 1 or 2 other warriors, and they cost 4 mana. And it's a better card for pumping the team. These white-black decks, like, you put out stuff like these 1/4s, and the board gets clogged up, and then the Banneret actually ends up being pretty good. Like I said, I was definitely open to not playing black at the start of Pack 2, but now I see us as committed to black. I mean, all of these cards are going to make our deck. Maybe only 1 Silencer or something. But we have like 7 or 8 black cards that are going to make our deck. Like, even if I open a really good green card, we're black-white now. I can't drop all of these black cards. Oh, there's one of the good Cleric uncommons. I'd be happy to pick up Deadly Alliance, but I don't think over Attended Healer when we have a bunch of life-gaining clerics. Which we do have. Even though it's not like a, awesome Relic Vial, Cleric of Life spawn, black-white cleric stack, we still have plenty of ways to gain life and stuff like that. So I think this is a pretty clear Attended Healer. Deadly Alliance would be my second choice out of that pack, and it's not that far behind, but I think it is a clear healer. Come on, Legion Angel, I need the second. Give me a... Ooh, Relic Vial. That's a busted card in these kind of decks. It's like the best of the Cleric Uncommons. The reason is because it's an artifact, so it basically never dies. Of course, an unchecked Attended Healer or an unchecked Clerics of Life Bond can be more broken than a Relic Vial, but those two cards just die to removal a lot of the time. Relic Vial very often dominates the game, and it's good against removal. Hey, pack 3, 3 straight Cleric Uncommons. We are doing it. We are doing it. Thank you, Dr. Smiley. Appreciate that subscription. Legion Angel this pick would be really nice. A 4/3 flyer that puts another copy of itself in your hand for 4 and limited is flat broken. A 4/3 flyer for 4 that doesn't is just like an uncommon. It's a good card. I'm not trying to hate on Legion Angel if you don't get a second. Like, this is an auto include. It's like a fine second pick, or an okay first pick. But if you do get a second, it goes from like a good card to a broken card. I don't know if we're gonna play it or not, but now I'll take the Adept because I don't want any of these cards. I don't think I want any of these cards either. Where's the Cleric stuff? I don't expect like 6-pick Relic Vial, just the commons now, but if the first 3 picks are black-white Cleric Uncommons, presumably we can get the Cleric Commons later in the pack. And here they are, Blood Priest and Feed the Swarm. That can be a close pick, but we're pretty low on removal, and we have plenty of 2-drops, so I think it's a pretty clear Feed the Swarm for us. There are times I take Blood Priest over Feed the Swarm, no question. Easy Blight Priest here. Those are the kind of commons I was talking about. We just didn't really get anything 4th and 5th pick, and then 6th and 7th pick we went back to seeing okay cards. Yes, you always leave it in the side tear. Because drawing a 4/3 flyer for 4 more often is not that exciting. Again, it's just a fine 4-drop. It's not like anything special. Like, it's good, but it's nothing special. Whereas, if you cast a 4-mana 4/3 flyer and get another 4-mana 4/3 flyer for free in your hand, that's like 4-mana 4/3 flying, substantially better than draw a card. Like, that is a very, very good card. A broken card. So, like, yes, if you have 2 Legion Angels, leave 1 in the sideboard every single time. And if you have 1, then you just play it, and you just have a 4-mana 4/3 Flying Warrior, which is, like I said, it's a fine card. It's an uncommon in terms of quality. It's basically about as good as the 5-mana 4/4 Blue Flyer that whenever you kick a spell, you get to scry to. That card costs 1 more mana, and you get a toughness and the scry. Like, it's like a good uncommon, nothing special. But if you put another copy of it in your hand when you cast it, then it's a broken Magic card for limited. Of course, you never actually see the second, but eventually I'll complete that dream. Alright, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4 land spell modals. So let's assume we're going to go down to around 7/7, which puts us to 18 lands. Then we still have to cut 1 card. I'm not going to drag all the cuttables over because we only need to cut 1. Let's just take a look. If I'm going to play 14 lands and land spell modals, it's probably going to be a 6-drop, but let's see if there's anything that looks really bad. Farsight Adept, but do we have party stuff? We have the Tactics, we have the Blood Priest, the Expert, the Shepherd, the Outrider. It's not the Silencer. It's not important, but I think it's enough to play it. So, yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, you could certainly cut the Adept. It would be the next cut I would make after the second 6-drop. But if I'm only going to go with the 14 lands plus 4 land spell modals, 2 6-drops is a bit ambitious. If I wanted to play like 1 more land, which I could easily do, then I would probably cut the Adept instead of the Silencer. I don't know, Fishmas. I mean, honestly, it gets complicated with 3 even, but with 3, I'd probably play 2 main and 1 board. With 4, I would probably play 2 main and 2 board. But Because, like, if you have the ability to search for one, it's a broken card. You don't really need to search for a second one. I mean, you'd like to, but you don't really need to. So with 3, I'd probably play 2 main so that I drew one way more often. With 4, though, I would probably want to play 2 main, 2 board, not 3 main, because then you just wouldn't even have one to search for a lot of the times because you draw 2 of them, and it would be nicer to search for the second copy. So my guess would be with 3, it's 2 main, 1 board. With 4, it's 2 main, 2 board. But I have a low degree of confidence in that. I've never even had 2, let alone 3 or 4. I really want to get 2 before the format ends. It's literally tilting me. Yeah, this hand isn't good, but it's not a mulligan. Like, we have feed for their first creature, and then we have a 4-drop. Alright, I'm just going to play my 3-drop rather than kill that now. Even if they play a land, the Blight Priest can just jump in front of it. We may feed the Swarmant later, but no reason to do it now over our creature. I'll happily make this trade if they attack. I don't have any of my gain life stuff. That's a good FYI, the real mob. Okay, so this looks like a pretty easy outrider since it can block the Scythe Cat this turn, even if they play a land. Then next turn we can double spell with Core Celebrant and feed the Swarm, and then we have our 6-drop for turn 6. Pretty sure I don't mind this trade. Their creature grows, mine doesn't. I'm trading down 1 toughness at the moment, but over a long game, that Scythe Cat just grows and grows. Of course, whatever. I'll trade it with Shelter. Now I'll probably feed the Swarmant. Think I want the 3-2 more than I want the 1-4. I miss out on the life gain, but if I'm able to silence or whatever they play, then I get in for 3. And I mean, they don't have any creatures out. Life is nice, but I don't really need it. Today I'm just doing 3 Zendikar Rising drafts. I'm not, like, against IKO draft, like, but that's the plan for today. Seems like a pretty easy attack. Silencer, use all my mana, kill the Celebrant if they block, Legion Angel if they don't block. Okay, no real decisions. I'm not going to put out the Silencer killing nothing over Celebrant, so just go ahead and cast our stuff. Again, seems like a pretty easy attack with Protector. If they block with either creature, I can finish it with Silencer. If they take it, I get in 3 damage, and I didn't need it to block. No, I'm just going to bury the Protector, and then I'm going to play Silencer finishing Beetle if they block. So whether they double block or single block doesn't really matter. If they block with just Celebrant, I get the free kill on Celebrant, but if they block with Beetle, I bury the Protector, but then I play Silencer and finish off Beetle. So we have Rogues and Clerics, so we're looking at -2/-2, so we can't kill any of their real creatures. Do we need a 3-2 in play right now? I don't really think so. If they attack with, like, Springmantle Cleric, I can triple block it. I think I'm going to actually leave them the Raptor, because that's a good -2/-2 for the Silencer. So I think I take Scale. Even though Scale's not a great card, it just draws another card and they net a +1/+1 counter, which also gives them a 1/1 with Beetle. Whereas if they play Raptor, I'm just going to Silencer it away. So Raptor, I have an answer to. Okay, we can... I mean, we pass on a 1/1 token if we Silencer the Raptor this turn instead of playing Attended Healer first. I don't really care about taking the hit for 2. I mean, they could end up growing the Raptor. This is a close choice between Healer and Silencer. We miss out on a 1/1 if we go Silencer first, but we also give them the ability to grow the Raptor or something like that. And we use more mana if we play Silencer. I think this is a really close choice. Yeah, they look like to be a counters deck, which means they probably have ways to grow their stuff. So that makes me want a Silencer first. If they were a deck that I didn't expect them to be able to grow the Raptor, I would Healer first. But I'm kind of worried that they put a counter on it and then I can't kill it and starts hitting me for 3 a turn. Alright, so I think this turn I'm playing only Healer, not playing Banneret. Because I want to have 1 creature each turn to play so that I get my 1/1 tokens. Especially now that I have Banneret and I can grow my whole team. You only get a 1/1 when you gain life for the first time each turn. So if I played the Banneret, I gain another life, but I don't get another 1/1 token. So I'll just wait a turn. I'll just play this on a turn where I don't have a creature drop. I don't want to play 2 creatures in 1 turn. So now I can play the Banneret. And then I have the Pump ability online, but they have their mana up and they're 4/5. I'm also only 1 land away from double Pump, so I think this is a pretty easy Banneret. Play the land and pass. If I draw a spell, we can evaluate what to do. If I draw a land, I have double Pump, and then we'll for sure have a nice attack. Probably end up just attacking with like almost everything. They'll eat something with the Cleric, but the rest of our creatures getting +2/+2 is incredible. We also have Makinda Stampede. I called it. So we can't do Stampede and Pump, though. So I'm not sure what's ideal here. I can play the Stampede for +2/+2 to all my creatures. I don't want to lose the Banneret, so I can't really send that, because they're still at 20. I don't really want to lose the Attended Healer, but I could send that. It'll be a 4/5, so... I guess they can kill it by double blocking it. Yeah, Stampede plus Lifelink. So I'm just debating what to send, like what to do. Like, I could play Stampede as a land to lock up having 10, but I don't think I want to do that. But I could also just wait, because if I draw a land, then I have +3/+3 to all my creatures. I have Stampede and Pump. I'm 1 land away from that. I could also just +2/+2 though, and not send like the Healer and the Banneret. And then I have a pretty good attack with like everything else. Like they can eat some 1/1s or whatever, but... Well, Lifelink and Pass doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't want to bury the 3/2 just to get a 1/1 and gain some life. They're just going to eat it. Pass makes sense as an option. But I don't know why we want to attack with our 3/2, throw it away just to gain 3. We're at 20. We don't sack a 3/2 for 3 life and a 1/1. I'm trying to figure out the big attacks. But I'm not looking to attack with just Protector there. That doesn't make sense. Alright, I guess we chose chill mode, so I'm going to play this. Gain my 4 life and get another 1/1. I realize it's potentially land 10, but it's also 2 more bodies, and they just made a bunch more bodies, so... Just remember, though, we want to be the person that pumps our team first. They might kill the Seagate Banneret at some point. They might have their own Makinda Stampede. I think it was right to wait, because if we draw a land, we can cast Stampede and give +3/+3 to every single creature and attack with every single creature. But I'm just pointing out that, like, we do want to kind of attack when we can. I can never kill the Felidar, that's true. They might have Surge, yeah. I mean, we do have a lot of life, so even if they Surge... Oh, then they just get a million 1/1s. As long as they don't send Beetle, we'll lose for sure. We have good draws, too. I mean, we could draw Relic Vial, or we could draw Flyers. I mean... They don't have a single flyer out. Like, if we draw Shepherd or something, we can start attacking with that. I don't think I have a lot, but I have a Shepherd, Ghastly Gloom Hunter, Relic Vial. We could also draw, like, Vanquish and then just kill the Beetle. And then we still have our healer to make creatures, and they don't have their Beetle anymore. Who's decking first? They're decking first by a card because of that Roiling Regrowth. We might also just end up decking them. It depends if they have, like, Surge or some way to pump their team. Do I want to play the Life Bond? No, for the same reasons I didn't play the Banneret like 5 turns ago. I want to make sure I have a drop for next turn. Especially now, because with the ground getting more and more cluttered up, attacks are worse and worse. I mean, obviously, if we give +3/+3 to everything, that might be a strong attack. But I still want to just play the Life Bond and get an additional 1/1 and then attack a turn later. Yeah, I have no idea what they're holding. They are decking first, so we have to keep an eye on that. They have 14 cards, we have 16 in our libraries. I love games like this. They're my favorite. I have no idea if we're going to win or lose, and it's turn 20. That's a great game of Magic, in my opinion. Alright, I think I want the Shepherd before the Life Spawn. I miss growing it by 1, but I get a flyer out that might start attacking. And if they don't have an answer, we can give the Shepherd lifelink too. So I'm going to see what happens here. Like, because if they kill the Shepherd, I know I could have played the Life Bond, and because I can use the Shepherd's lifelink every turn to trigger all my stuff. But there's a decent chance they're going to have removal for the Shepherd. And if they don't, we're in good shape anyway. So I think this turn is Shepherd pass. We'll see if we get to hit with the Shepherd or not. I have no idea if Lore Wizard is lethal. We're actually at more than 41 too, because we can give lifelink to blockers. This is an awesome game. Okay, so we only have 1 creature to play now in the Life Spawn. We want to give lifelink to the Shepherd, and we want to vanquish the Beetle. It doesn't matter if the Life Spawn is out, because we'll gain 1 when the Life Spawn comes into play from the Celebrant, and this only grows once per turn. So first, I think we just attack with the Shepherd. No, I messed up. This isn't going to grow now, because we're going to have already gained life on the turn. I messed up. It's not a big deal. I'm still going to give it lifelink. I'll miss a +1/+1 counter. It's not that big of a deal. But I needed to play the Cleric first, because even though it's only going to grow once per turn, it only grows the first time you gain life per turn, and I'll have already gained life this turn. So when I play the Cleric and trigger the Celebrant, it'll be the second time I gain life per turn. Yeah, but it's still worth it for the 3-point life swing. I'd rather gain 3 life than get a +1/+1 counter on my Cleric's Life Bond. This isn't like turn 3. There's 12,000 power and toughness in play. The 1 point of power and toughness on this Life Bond is inconsequential. But I should have played it first. There was no reason to pass up on it for no reason. We gain 1, but it won't grow, because we already gained life once this turn. Now that they didn't kill it, I'm going to put the Life Spawn out. Again, the counters on the Life Spawn are not that important. I held it this turn because I thought there was a good chance they would kill the Shepherd. But since they didn't kill the Shepherd, I'm going to get the life spawn in play. That was like, everything I did was right, except I should have just played this pre-combat. I cost myself 1+1+1 counter on the life spawn. Oh, I'm killing Beetle, don't worry. But we don't have to do it now. The Beetle has to be in play during their end step to trigger. But I'm 100% killing Beetle. Let me set a stop on their second main to make sure it doesn't go to their end step. See, and this is exactly why. They made this attack counting on getting some Beetle tokens, right? Now they're not going to get Beetle tokens. This Vanquish on Beetle pretty much wins us the game. Alright, so let's just start lining up blocks. We have 1,000,000 life, so let's just look at what profitable blocks we have. Obviously, stuff like 1/2s on 1/1s is pretty automatic. I'm pretty sure we're just going to untap and win, but... we're going to need to chump some stuff. This... Oh, this doesn't even have trample if you kick it? Okay, well, I'll just assume that we're going to chump a 10-10, chump an 11-12. They don't have trample, right? And then we'll just make all favorable blocks. I could really get into counting, but I really don't think it's necessary. We're literally going to eat their team, attack, and give +3/+3 to all our creatures. Like, this just works out awesome for us. So if I just block there, how much am I taking? 11, 15, 18. Who cares? We're at 46. This seems totally fine. They have like a couple of blockers, and we're +3/+3ing everything. So I'm just going to eat 1/1s that I can eat for free. I'll chump the 2 10s because I don't feel like counting all of this. Well, like I said, they were counting on getting Beetle counters, Beetle tokens to block with. The Vanquish on the Beetle is what actually like ended the game. Like, all the cards contribute to winning and losing the game, of course. But in that exact spot, they didn't know we were going to kill the Beetle, and so they were counting on having a couple more blockers. Thank you, Spiffy. Appreciate the subscription. Yeah, I'm not saying their alpha there was right or wrong. I don't know. But I do think there's no reason for them to put Vanquish in my hand, but I'm not sure if I don't have Vanquish, how good or bad that goes for them. Because, yeah, they're probably not dead, but I'm still eating a lot of their tokens, and I'm not dying either. But it depends on what they had to wait on. Like, if they had Surge or Stampede in their deck, that's a really bad attack. They should just be patient. But they were decking first, and I'm at 48 and counting. So if they don't have a card that they're waiting on, like Vastwood Surge or Makinda Stampede, they're just going to deck first. So I can't really say whether their play was right or wrong. It really comes down to what's in their library. Right, Taunting Mage would be another one to wait on. The question, if their whole library was just like some creatures and some removal, but no board swinging like card, the attack is fine. Because they're taking 3 a turn in the air from the Shepherd, and I'm netting tokens in life every turn, and they're decking first. If they had a really good draw left in their deck, like Arbor Mage, like Makinda Stampede, like Vastwood Surge, then it's a really bad attack. They should just wait for that good draw. And obviously I don't know my opponent's library, so I can't answer the question. Alright, if we go Healer, we use more mana, but it's not triggering. If we go Celebrant, we use less mana, but we get a life and deal a damage. And the next turn when we play Healer, it triggers. I don't think we need to be that mana efficient. I don't even want to double spell creature-wise, because I want to keep triggering the Healer every turn. So I think we play Celebrant here. So I'm not saying it's wrong, but a swing with just the Felidar does very little. I block with my smallest cleric and give it lifelink. And so all that happens is it turns my, 2/2 cleric into a 1/1 token or whatever. It really depends on whether they had good draws left or not. Again, they were decking first, and I'm at 50, in counting. So if they had a Vastwood Surge, a Makinda Stampede, or a Taunting Arbor Mage in their deck, that attack was horrible. They had a really good card, they should just wait till they draw it and then play it. If their deck had, some creatures and some removal, but no cards like that, I'm at 50 and counting, and they're decking first. They had, 12 cards left in their library. So for us to judge that attack, we really have to know what their library looks like, and we really just don't, frankly. Well, I don't have to chump with the 1/1 skits. What I would do is block with a cleric, and then give my cleric lifelink, and then when it dies, it makes a 1/1 token. I'm not saying they shouldn't attack with... attack with just Felidar is better than attack with Stone Nothing. I'm not really disagreeing, but what I'm saying is, whether the alpha is right or not really depends on if they had a single really good draw left in their deck. We do have a Relic Vial. We haven't seen it yet, but we do have one Relic Vial. Okay. Can we attack? I probably want to Outrider a Cleric and then attack and give it lifelink. So I think this turn is just Blood Priest and Past. Trigger everything that way. Tactics can take out the Scion right now, so that's kind of nice. Just keep developing our board a little bit. Right, and I didn't have Banneret pump up that turn. Again, I think their attack was horrible if they had a Taunting Arbor Mage, Vastwood Surge, or Makinda Stampede left in their deck. If they had no board-swinging card like that, I think their attack was fine. It really just depends on what's left in their deck. Okay. So I didn't draw the land to give lifelink. I do have Stampede, though, and attack with everything. So I think this turn I'm going to Outrider. I'll gain a life when it comes into play, get my 1/1. Then I can just attack with whatever I pump. I've got Clerics and Warrior, so it's +2/+2. I don't want to throw away any of my combo-y cards. If I pump Sellsword, they block with Adept. That's not great for me. So I'll just pump a 1/1 token, and then they have to either trade a 3/3 for it or take 3. I was hoping to draw a land, in which case I would have pumped Blood Priest and attacked with it so that I could give it lifelink. But not particularly important. I'm certainly not complaining. We should Stampede for the win. We have 4... What do we have? 9 creatures to their 5. So if 4 are getting through, that means the minimum they're taking is 12. Well, so now that might not be lethal next turn. I mean, if they send both Scions, then it's back to Xaxes. If they're not attacking... I don't know that we can swing for lethal now because the Shepherd gained 4 life. So I think it's just Zoth consumption here. That'll gain life, so it'll get us our 1/1 token and all that. This is going to deal them 6. We gain life, so we trigger the Blight Priest, which also gives us a 1/1, which gains us a life and triggers the Blight Priest again. So we got our 1/1 for the turn, and we dealt them 6. And now we're getting ready to Swarm and Stampede again next turn. I don't think I had a lethal Swarm with the Zoth. 6 life is a lot. They let through all these 1-power creatures. I do think now we're going to be able to Stampede for the win, probably. The Scavenger has lifelink, so we're going to have to do some actual counting this turn. Okay, so it's... Oh, I can Tactics the Scavenger. The creature will still be blocked, but they won't gain life. So I'm pretty sure it's Stampede attack with everything now. They have 3 6 blockers up. We have 4, 6, 10. So 4 getting through is 12. Yeah, so even if they have a removal, they're still dead. Then it'll be 9 instead of 12. So let's Stampede. Just make sure we play the land because I want to tactics away the Scavenger so they don't gain life. I mean, on board it was lethal even without the planes for tactics. But if they have a single removal spell, then they would live if they gain the 2 off Scavenger. But obviously if they tap their mana for a removal, then I tactics the Scavenger, and then it's lethal again. So, and of course I wouldn't tactics first, because I always talk about how there's these driving like principles and heuristics in Magic, but you deviate from them a lot. One that you actually don't deviate from, one that's true like 99.9% of the time, if you're presenting lethal to your opponent, don't do anything. Just pass to them. Why would you do something? They have to do something or they die. And if they do something, then you're going to have more information to do what you want. I say 99.9 because like there was a mechanic split second in Time Spiral that can change that or whatever. But if you're presenting lethal to the opponent, let them do what they're going to do. Don't do something else, right? And then you can still do whatever else you need to do if they do something. And if they don't do something, they're dead. So if you're presenting lethal to the opponent, you don't start by trying to win by even more. There's no style points in Magic victories. It doesn't accomplish anything to win by more. If you're presenting lethal, pass to them and see what they have. Thanks, Thomas CT. Appreciate the subscription. Gonna play my 1-drop over Stampede, of course. I'm probably never gonna play Stampede as a land, but even if I do, I can do it later with this hand. Lotus Cobra in the late game is near useless, but in the early game, it's still like a bird. If they play a land next turn, they have 4 mana. If they play a land the turn after that, they have 5. What's another one of the heuristics in Magic that you very rarely deviate from? Bolt the Bird. Bolt the Bird is a very good heuristic in Magic as well. Certainly not 99.9 even on the early turns, but on turn 2, I'm going to go ahead and Bolt the Bird. That's a random but good question, Anti-HS. I have Kai as one of the best all time, but not number 1. Probably like 3 or 4. Okay. If I attack, they're just going to block. I'm tapped out. So even though I'm indestructible, that would just be a silly bluff. Lightning bolts kill birds and snakes alike. Okay, so playing the Stampede wouldn't help us cast anything except the Stampede, so we're not going to do that. We don't want to trade Protector for Colony a turn before Banneret Pump is online, so this looks like a pretty easy predation. Play a Swamp and pass the turn. What are we going to take, though? I guess I don't care if they Geyser Mage anything. I'll just replay it. This board doesn't really have tempo going, so we just take the flyer, I think. My top 4 is Finkel, PV, LSV, and Kai. It's honestly really hard to rank. Like I believe in like tiers more than I believe in like who's first and who's second, because you can have a lot more accuracy that way. And I feel like tier 1 is Kai, Finkel, LSV, and PV. And then the next tier, you get into like Nassif and Huey and Ifro and Shota and a bunch of other like, you know, all-time technical players. So for me, it's more like there's just a top 4 and you could shuffle them up and rank them. My personal opinion is Kai's probably like 3rd or 4th in that top 4, but it's impossible to split hairs over people that are that good. Okay. They have a pump spell, they have a tap spell. They have to use a tap spell when we go to combat. If they don't use it, am I attacking? No, because they can kick this and everything. There's no reason to let them play their Might to eat my Protector right now. It doesn't unlock anything. Shahar? What? Shahar is good, obviously. I mean, Shahar is a good Magic player, but he's not in that conversation. These are good questions for ads and chats. I'm not afraid to answer questions like this that will rub someone the wrong way, no problem. But this has nothing to do with, like, the Magic games going on, so I don't want to go off and off and off about my all-time rankings, y'all. Feel free to ask me those kind of questions during ads and chats. It's not like they're too sensitive or I don't want to rub someone the wrong way. It's just, I want to focus on the game. Okay, so now they only have 1 mana up, so we can just attack with both and pump. We don't have anything else to do. They can't block unless they have Duelist, but if that card's a Duelist, it's a Duelist. We don't have any reason to put that in their hand. It is a flood, but we're still not that far behind. We're not under pressure. Like, if you imagine these 2 cards are lands, I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to kick Geyser Mage and bounce something, and we're going to replay it, right? So we're flooded, but they're a little flooded and don't really have a great hand either, so it's still a game for sure, right? This is a game that's pretty close to 50-50, I would say. But whether I win or they win, it seems pretty close to 50-50. Okay, the only way we could attack is if we Stampede. We'd certainly rather get a 3/3 lifelink out. I mean, they're going to, like, bounce it or something. That's not great for us, but then we'll replay it. I mean, what else can we do? So it seems like pretty easy. I don't want to die, like, racing in the meantime while they're bouncing and tapping this with their Geyser Mage and Glacial Grasp and Might of Murasa. So I'm not going to take any more hits that I don't have to take. If they go bounce Gloomhunter, attack with both, I block Protector on Colony. Well, looks like they had a Broken Wings to deal with that. Nothing I could do about that. Do I block with Protector? I don't mind trading for Might of Murasa now. I'm certainly not really winning the race. And then I guess the Banneret stops the Colony in future turns with the pump ability. So I think I do block here. Need to prolong this game and try and draw some better cards now. And remember, that's +5/+5. So if I take it, yeah, I'm only taking 2 now. But then they have 4 in the air that I can't block and a +5/+5. So they're killing me much quicker in the air, theoretically. Yeah, I would have probably sent the 4/5 if I was them. I mean, they don't necessarily want to send both. I mean, it's not horrible, but I would have probably sent just the 4/5 instead of the Colony on the ground. Last turn, if I was them. Okay, so if we play Vial, I mean, we could, like, sack Banneret, and then we get a card, and then we trigger the Life Spawn. It's not great. It's not horrible. It's not like we're replacing it with a 1/1. We're just getting a counter. I think for now, it's Vial pre-combat and then go to combat because they have to tap something or we can attack at least. I'm probably not sacking the Banneret right now. I mean, first and foremost, if they don't tap, I'm attacking with both, right? I don't know what this last card in their hand is, but we're not dead on board, and they don't have any good blocks on board. So we can attack with both. I'm pretty happy to get a situation where both life totals are low and I have Vial and Stampede. Maybe I sneak out a win that way. So I'm just going to go for it, I think. Assuming that last card in their hand isn't anything, I like this play. Okay, no help there, but if they trade Geyser Mage for Banneret, that even grows the life bond, right? Because the Vial trigger. I do need to not die. So what happens if I attack with the Banneret and they take it? They can grasp the life spawn tapping it, and then hit me for 9, and I can only gain 1, so I will die. So I guess I can't tap either creature. I need to have a blocker up. So it looks like it's just life spawn and pass the turn, unfortunately. Which means let's go to combat, try and get them to use that grasp. They were smart enough not to do it. Then it's life spawn and pass. So we're not dead on board. So if I sack it, what happens? They don't get to draw a card. I go to 7. The Banneret can pump and eat the colony, and I take 7 and die, so it has to block the Geyser Mage. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to sack it to the Vial here or not. We get the card, we get the trigger, and they don't get a card. So I kind of want to. It's not looking good, but we get a card and they lose a card, and I need to find an answer to the Sentinel as fast as possible. So I think it's right. Because that card's going to be tapped for turns anyway. Okay, so can't do anything about that. So if we draw an answer to the Sentinel, we're fine. I mean, if we don't, we lose, obviously. It's not really an answer to the Sentinel. It can, like, chump block it. But it's going to gain us 4, so we're not going to have to chump block this turn. I can't imagine I can attack with the Banneret. I can't sink mana into that right now. So, oh, you know what I can do? I can Angel Heart and then attack with the Banneret. If they block, I can't pump, but they don't necessarily know that, so maybe I get in a free point. And I'm still going to have 2 blockers for the 2 attackers anyway. If they have removal or bounce, I'll lose. I don't care. So I'm going to try and sneak in a point, because this is a really tight game. They should block and make me pump, because then I'd be dead to the Sentinel. But they might not. They might think like, oh, I have a cheap answer to the Sentinel or something, and they don't want to throw away a creature rather than go to 6. And this is an extremely tight game, damage-wise, where that 1 point could win me the game. Obviously, if they block, I can't pump. And I'm not worried about them having removal and then killing me, because I'm not winning anyway if they have removal. I really don't care. Also, I'm not even dead. If they kill the Shepherd, it's just I gain a life from Vial, and then Protector on Geyser Mage, and then I gain a life, and it's whatever. I didn't really want to have to chump with Banneret this turn. It's unlikely I was going to use it to block. So I tried to cheat in a point, because with Stampede and Vial and Shepherd, like, their life total is very close to dead, but not quite. I can't possibly calculate whether that damage will win me the game over the next 2 or 3 turns, but I think every point I can deal to them is extremely valuable right now. Oh yeah, we're never holding lands in the spot, because we might end up drawing a card we want to play, sacking something to Vial, and drawing another card we want to play. And they're blue-green, so they can't make us discard. And we have a 5-mana card in our hand. Like, I would not hold any lands in the spot. I would not even think about it. Okay, so we're now dead on board, but we can get a new card, so we're going to have to do that. Is there any stampeding? Probably not, because we have to sack something to Vial and find an answer for the Sentinel, or some more life gain, because they tap their Shepherd for 2 turns. If they have anything, whatever, we're going to lose. I guess if they have nothing, now, if we find an answer to the Sentinel, it's fine. I don't really want to sack the Shepherd, though, because if I draw, like, a single point of life, then I don't die to the Sentinel. So this is really interesting, actually. I'm really not sure what to do. I'm not worried if I draw a land that I sack the mana and I'm dead, because I'm dead anyway if I draw a land. Yeah, no, I need the Banneret Shepherd to interact with the Skyclave Sentinel. I think I'm going to sack the Protector. I kind of want to attack, but I don't think it's right, because I can't just let the trade happen. They're definitely going to block. So I think I just sack Protector and see if I find my outs. Ironically, not outs, but we get another card. And that is outs, so we're not dead. The game continues. What a game. I mean, with the Relic Vial, if they don't have anything great, we win. Like, because we can attack with all our creatures, and then if they kill them, they take damage, and if they don't, they die to them. So they need to have good stuff. I think we just won. Unless they're Roiling Maging back something useful for 1 mana, I think we just won the game. What a game, wow. Am I right? Did we actually win? I think they're dead. I mean, they're not necessarily... Ah! They drew Might of Mirasa to beat us? What a tease. Unbelievable. Yeah, they roiled it back, but they drew the Royal Mage. Or had it, whatever. But if they didn't have the Royal Mage for Might, we won. That one hurts. That was a great game. That was a game of Magic right there. See, this is what I'm talking about. People are like, oh, sure, you'd rather lose a good game than win a bad one. Like, look, if we're playing the finals of the Pro Tour and there's $20,000 on the line, obviously I'll take it if my opponent gets mana screwed, right? But tell me that game wasn't more fun than a game where your opponent just gets mana screwed and, like, you curve out and they can see it on turn 6. That was a game of Magic. Games like that are why we play. Win or lose, that was awesome. It's complicated, Stryo. They can't kill any of my creatures. So they have to, like, to not be dead. Let's say they didn't have the Might there. To not be dead, they have to block all my creatures, because if a single one hits them, then they die to the Vial. But they also can't kill my creatures. They can kill, like, 1, but they can't kill 2, because then I'll sack one of the Vial and kill them. So they have to make a bunch of blocks that don't kill my creatures. So, like, maybe they're not even necessarily stone dead, but then they have to lose a bunch of creatures and kill none of mine, because they can't kill my creatures, or not kill more than 1 of mine. So, and I have the Stampede, so I'm in a really good position on the next turn if they don't lethal me. They're not 100% dead, but it's a really good position, because even if they're not dead, they have to just chump a bunch of creatures and not kill them. Thanks for the donation, Wiley Pueo. Appreciate it. I'll take it. That was an awesome game, like I said. Me drawing the Blood Priest and then them having or drawing the Royal Mage, like, that was just, that's magic. That was sweet. Alright, this isn't actually a 1-lander, it's a 3-lander, so it's an easy keep. Let's get our Black Source in play. Again, seems like a pretty easy choice. Get out our 3-1. Do we want to block? No, because here's why. Next turn, we have Angel Heart Protector, which means they're not going to have a profitable block on Sellsword. So we're taking for 2 and hitting for 3 back. And we're pretty good at racing, so we want to take for 2 and hit for 3 back. We have a card that gains 3. We have a flyer to win with in the air. If I didn't have Angel Heart, I likely would have blocked, because they're going to most likely put out a creature that can block Sellsword. Like, this Mucklord, if I didn't Angel Heart, would have just blocked Sellsword, right? But because my Sellsword was indestructible, then they had no good block. Okay, similar to last turn, do we take 4 to attack back? Most likely we do, unless they play something that's going to blank our creatures. If they play something that's going to trade with 1, us trading with one of these is saving 2 and costing us 3. And I'm down to race. I've got lots of cheap stuff, including something that gains 3 life. So I'm down for a race. I'm game. And now we're going to attack with both. They're going to block 1 and take 3. So like I said, a block would have saved 2 damage, but cost us 3. And of course, we'll just put out our 4/3 flyer this turn. If they don't have anything, it even stops their attack. If they do, they'll kill it, and the next turn we'll dump the rest of our hand and kind of evaluate from there. Okay, so we have warriors, so we need a cleric and a rogue in play for expert to see their whole hand. So this turn almost looks scripted. See what they're working with. We're going to attack with the angel. We can't attack with the other ground creatures. It wouldn't be profitable. So we're not scared of a 4/4, so we're either going to take the removal or the recovery. If we take the removal, they can recover it, but then they spend a bunch more mana and they can't use it this turn. So it seems like a pretty clear Rabid Bite to me. The only upside of taking Bala Ged Recovery is that it has more optionality, but they have 2 cards, Rabid Bite clearly being the better of them anyway. Might as well make them spend the 3 on the recovery and then the 2 on the Rabid Bite, as opposed to double spelling with the Rabid Bite and whatever they draw or something like that. We don't really have a great block right now. We would lose 2 creatures no matter how we block if we want to kill that. And we have Banneret, so I think we clearly just take it. So we're a land short of playing Banneret and using it. So I don't think we're looking to attack this turn. Let's just start with the Farside Adept. If we draw a land, we can play both other cards. If not, we'll decide between the Cleric and the Banneret based on what we draw. Okay, we drew the land, so now there's no decisions. Just dump our hand. And now we do have good blocks on the Ascetic. If they send the Ascetic, I would triple block it with Adept, Celebrant, and Cleric, and it would only kill one of the 3. They realize that. That's why they didn't attack with it. As far as our attacks, Ascetic is still bigger than everything, including the Banneret Pump, except Adept. So I can definitely send Farside Adept. But then they would just double block it with Visionary and, like, Mucklord. That's not really good for us. What happens if I send Sellsword? It trades with a Gnarled Colony. That's, like, an even trade. I wonder what happens if I send, like, everything. I mean, they're at 13. They can't take that much. The only block on the Banneret that's good is the Ascetic. This is hard. I'm not sure what I do this turn. Like, I could send everything but Banneret. I could send everything. I could send just Farside Adept. But then they have a good double block, so I can't really do that. I mean, I think it's send everything but Banneret. I'm not dying on the backswing, am I? 2, 4, 6, 9, 14, so no. And their blocks are pretty bad, except Ascetic. So I think I'm sending everything but Banneret. I think I need the Banneret Pump for next turn, too, because I'm going to have a bunch of creatures out. This looks not great, not horrible. Do I want to kill the Mucklord or the Gnarled Colony? I guess if I'm planning to attack with everything anyway, they can have the counter. I'm going to kill the better one, the 2/3. It's close. Getting them low has some value. I guess, is this the Zoth consumption? It is, so that's not an out because I get them low. Relic Vial is. What happened there? Like a 3 for 3? 3 for 2, and they took some damage. Might not have been a good attack. Yuck. I wish I had sent the Banneret now. They just got a free kill on the Banneret. Not that I could put them on Arbor Mage, but that worked out quite poorly. Oh, no real help, but of course we're going to not play it as a land. Let's see what they have. Have to take Arbor Mage here, I'm pretty sure, and switch gears. I don't know if I can win from here. Yeah, I'm not sure it benefited us either. think we're dead. Although I think we would have lost even if we didn't attack. We lost because their hand was pure fire. Like, they would have still Arbor Maged with Kicker and ate a lot of our creatures, and it would have worked out very poorly for us. Yeah, the attack was pretty close to even. Like, we lost 3 small meaningless creatures, and I was trying to clear the way so they'd have less good double blocks for the following turn, and we dealt 4 damage, and they lost 2 creatures. So I don't know if the attack was right or wrong. It was super close. I'm confident we would have lost the game either way, but it's definitely possible that we shouldn't have attacked. We ended up losing 3 small creatures that were not important in exchange for 2 of theirs that were not important and dealing 4 damage. So at the end of the day, you're asking yourself, would I bury these 3 creatures to kill the 2 creatures I killed and deal 4? Pretty close to even. I talk about this concept from time to time. When you really think something through and you don't miss anything and you understand everything going on, and it still seems like super close, there's probably not a lot of value at stake either way. Same as before, I'm going to assume whatever they play is going to block 1 but not both of our creatures. So I'm interested in taking 2 to hit back for 3. I went 8 and 5 this weekend Upwood Sword. They're pretty, all except the makeup match are on my Twitch VODs. Some of the Esper Doom mirrors and stuff were super duper close. I mostly slaughtered the red-green decks. There were a few good games. Okay, so clearly this trade is good for us, so I don't expect them to block. But so I'm going to attack, and I don't expect them to block. But if they do block, I'll miss out on 2 life from Shepherd. So do we play the Shepherd pre-combat or post-combat? If they have like a Blood Reckoning in hand, they might block. Because they have 1 dead creature and they'd want a second. So I think I don't want to miss the 4 life. I'm just going to attack, let them know, but lock up the 4 life, and then they can choose to block or take it. The reason I did it that way is because I think if they have a Blood Reckoning or a Thort the Grave, they're going to block. And if they don't, they're not going to block. So I think it's better for me to show it to them to lock up the extra 2 life in case they have Thort or a Blood Reckoning. So this can't pump the Blood Priest, but obviously they probably have something. I don't really want to lose my Shepherd here. I think I'm trying to win in the air. This is draft number 2. I think it's like game 5. I think we're like 2-2 in this draft. If I draw a land, I can Silencer the Intimidator. If I draw a spell, then I've got the Adept and whatever I drew to work with. So I'm preparing to block on the ground in future turns, but for this turn, I don't think that's... I wanted to block with Shepherd. Okay, this turn looks pretty easy. Farsight Adept and Cleric. Think I would still rather play the Cleric. I've got a Warrior, a Cleric, a Wizard, and a Rogue. Wait, maybe not. I can see they're a whole hand if I play the Adept. If I play the Expert. Wizard, Cleric, Warrior, Rogue. Am I gonna die? No, I'm not gonna die. So I'll Expert this turn. I can always Cleric next turn. So Barrage, we can do our best to mitigate. I think I take Vanquish because that can kill the Shepherd. I do have to make sure I don't fall to 4, but I should be able to do that. And if they want to kill the Shepherd with the Kazul's Fury, then they have to lose their Hellion. So let's assume Intimidate. I need to block. I can't go to 4, so pretty much have to chump the Well, I could go to 6. So maybe I don't have to chump the Hellion. I can just go like block and block. And then if they give this +1/+1 in trample, I take 1 and 4, which is 5. And then, I mean, oh, no, because they have the barrage, so I would die. So I have to chump block. They can barrage the blocker and then give it trample, and then they can kill me with the Kazul's Fury. Even if they don't have enough mana to do it this turn, they could just do it next turn. And who cares about chumping with the expert? So this is the right play. I'm good. How are you, M-Pools? I'm drafting instead of playing standard, so life is good. Okay, no land, but I can't. The barrage is gone. I can't imagine we're worried about dying on the ground if we gain 3 and play 2 creatures, so this seems easy. This is going to be a tight one, but I'm sure the right play this turn has got to be this. Yeah, this Cleric as 3 life and a blocker is definitely more valuable than as a land for Silencer. I mean, because if we draw a land, we cast Silencer anyway. And if we draw spells, then we have more to do. So let's see. I'm not really scared to take the Hellion hit this time. So I think maybe it's just Protector on Intimidator. I go to 8. They can give it +1/+1 in trample. I go to 6, but it's still not lethal. Double block? Where's the double block? Oh, to save trample. I can double block like this. Good call. They can't kill both, and this just saves me 2 points of trample. It's a free double block. You're 100% right. I don't care if they want a Kazul's Fury one. Like, saves trample. Good call. Yeah, sorry about the computer fan. I need to deal with that. I really do. What a game. What a game. Okay, well, they're not going to have anything to Predation, so now we can play Predation as a land. You're not going to chump rather than go to 4. Next turn, we can double block it. Hopefully, we'll draw something better, then we won't have to do that, but... So if I hit them for 1 and I drain for 1, I don't have to double chump block this turn, but they're at 4 and I'm only threatening 3. This is super close. If I put out the Silencer, I have a good double block, so they probably don't have an attack unless they drew something. Next turn, I get a better attack. I get a Blood Priest for 2, but I also can't attack into their 4/4. So I can hit them for 1, and then play the Blood Priest, and then I'm at 5 and they're at 4. And then I can take the attack back down to 1, and then I can hit them for like 3 and play the Silencer to block with. This is super close. I think I would rather hold Silencer, but maybe not, because I can double spell with the Blood Priest and something. But if they play that aggressive game and they didn't draw anything, I win. So I think it's the right play. Also, if I play the like more conservative game, they can discard lands to the Channeler. So I think I would rather be playing the more aggressive game. If I play for the conservative game, like the stalemate-ish game, anytime they draw a land, they just discard it to Chandler, right? Okay, so I can Silencer away the Fisher Wizard, but then I don't want to have to chump block with the 3/2, so there's no way we're attacking with the Skyclave Cleric now. Actually, I shouldn't say that. If I hit them for 1 and they brick, if they attack and make me chump block, I kill them with Stampede. If I don't attack and they leave up the Chandler and I Stampede, I'm a point short. So if I attack with the Cleric, I win if they draw a land. I mean, they could discard it to Chandler, but they can't attack with Chandler. Wow, this is super tight. But if they draw like a creature and I attack with Skyclave Cleric, I lose. But I win if they draw a land. This way, if they draw like a creature, if they attack, I have a good double block. So, and like, if they draw a land and I don't attack, I can Stampede and attack with both, and then it's Chandler for Silencer, and they take 3 and go to 1 anyway. So I don't think it's right to attack. Because I'm still in a good position if they draw a land and I don't attack. Silencer does not have trample. I don't know which of us is dead, but good game indeed. Looks like it was them. Thanks, Willie. Appreciate the 100-bit donation. I'm playing the Banneret because I don't want to miss a point. I can play the Predation on turn 2 as a land, but if I draw a Swamp, then I'm not even going to play the Predation as a land. I don't know what to do now. I could play Plains Adept, and then if I draw Swamps, I can just try and cast these. I could play the Consumption, and then I have the Predation online. I could play the Predation and start casting things, and then when I draw another Swamp, I have the Consumption. I'm definitely not going to end up playing both these as a land. So for this turn, I have to decide whether I want to play Plains as a land, or whether I want to play Predation or Consumption. Greed is good. We have a 3-drop we can cast. It draws another card. Let's just see a bunch of cards and then we can make the decisions later, right? Greed is good. Thanks, Roar Smash. Appreciate the subscription. Thanks, Powerlifting Planeswalker. I hate planeswalkers, so hopefully you're powerlifting them and then throwing them away, using all that strength. But I appreciate your subscription, even if you're a planeswalker fan. So what do we want to do here? I feel like I want to play this game aggressively. Like, I feel like I want to play the Predation as a tap land now, and the Angel Heart. And then next turn I can play Blood Priest and Binding, and then I'm going to swamp away for a drain for 4. An RX bar. I don't know if that qualifies as a candy bar or not. Thanks for that subscription, Sisyphus. Very much appreciated. Alright, so I don't really need to kill either of the creatures this turn, so I think I attack with both, and then just go Blight Priest, Blood Priest. I'm not against killing one with Lifelinkers, but I can take one hit from that. And if the Fledgling turns into a 4/4, I might need to Binding it, or it might be stopping my whole team. That was kind of an unexpected chump block. I mean, I'm winning the race, but they still have a lot of life right now. I have a very unique way of doing everything Big Bang Boom. I think I'm like the definition of unique. The way I think about things and do things and talk about things and stuff is just like very different than most people. Okay, so if I Zoff, they take 5 because I gain life. They're at 2. Then I attack with everything, but let's assume they have like 1 removal. I just ate an RX bar. So if they kill 1 creature and they're at 2, they don't die because the Seagate only hits for 1. So I think this turn we just Binding the only real blocker, the Fledgling, and attack, and then we should have lethal next turn. It's possible we have lethal this turn, but it feels like, you know, I gotta assume they could have something with 3 mana up. Yep, and there it is. I'm not surprised, but that's totally fine. Now their blocks are medium, and hopefully Zoff can win us the game next turn. It's actually one of the best things they could have had, because they gain the life, it's a cleric, they sack the binding creature. So now if they Zoff and then they block, they're not dead. So looks like we have to Outrider. I mean, that was really specific. It was like the exact best card for them to have. Sacking the binding creature, so they effectively got a blocker and killed one of my creatures, and it was a cleric, so that they were able to trigger the vial. But now they should still be dead. They have to deal with both of these or they die to the Zoff. So I'm going to attack with both, figuring they're going to kill 1 and take 3, and then I'll Zoff for the win. Looks like we made the right choices, playing the Predation as a land and holding the Zoff and getting aggro. That actually came to fruition. Well, there's the common discard is a discard 2. I mean, I could have held the plains to try and play around Acquisitions Expert, I guess, the uncommon, but Mind Drain makes you discard 2. But maybe I should have still held the plains, I'm not sure. Alright, this hand looks fine. I'm almost certainly going to play the Stampede as a land. I mean, if I draw plains turn 1, I probably won't. But if I don't draw a spell, I'm not going to be greedy with that. I have a handful of spells, including a good double white 4-drop, so... I'm glad to be a bad influence, Happy Goblin. Glad to do it. I know I spent my whole time in middle and high school and college... like playing Magic after school instead of doing my homework, so why shouldn't the next generation? Alright, let's see. We can Angel Heart Protector. We don't want to Binding the War Leader, because then it'll stick around pumping all warriors indefinitely. So I can either put out Protector, which can block it, and uses 1 more mana, or I can Feed the Swarm it. It's kind of a tough call. I'd rather use the mana. If they kill the Protector, I'm going to take a reasonably hard hit, but I think I'll be okay. So I think I play the Protector here. The reason is not because I'm not going to Feed the Swarm the War Leader later. It's because I want to try and double spell if I can, with my 2 mana card on turn 5. If I do this here, and then I play a 4-drop, or even a Binding on turn 4, if I draw a land in 2 draw steps, then I can double spell on turn 5. That's the reason for not feeding last turn. Yeah, I do, Consticio. I definitely have to, like, play a few to have all the cards and tricks start to come back to me. Like, I don't even necessarily have to see all the tricks, but I have to play a couple drafts in, like, an older format, and then I start to kind of get back in tune with that format and remember the tricks and stuff like that. Thanks, West Coast, please. Appreciate the subscription. The West Coast is awesome. Thank you, Sharf. Appreciate the subscription. Thanks to everybody who's been subscribing. Really appreciate it. Okay, so this turn, probably just going to put out the Angel, planning to block with it. But if I block Ambusher and they pump, that's fine. I mean, they have 2 cards in hand. I'm definitely planning to try and, like, stabilize and play defensively. If I put out the Attendant Healer, it can only block the Electromancer. Granted, that's not less damage. But if I'm going to end up low, I think I'd rather have the Attendant Healer in the late game than the Angel anyway. So I think this turn I gotta just go with Angel, and then next turn, hopefully they don't have removal for Angel, and then next turn I can play, like, Binding or Protector and Feed the Swarm. See if we can turn this thing around. So if they send just Electromancer, I can go to 10, right? I don't have to trade Angel for that. If they send the Ambusher and the Electromancer, I can't really, like, go to 6 because I want to cast Feed the Swarm. But if they're sending just Electromancer, I'm going to take that. I may end up making a similar trade later anyway, but I may not have to. Okay, so Feed the War Leader and play Celebrant now looks almost automatic. Celebrant blocks Pack Beast or Ardent Electromancer. Seems fine. I mean, it's tight, for sure, but I'm certainly not dead on board, and I have all this life gain in hand. So if they don't have a profitable attack this turn, then next turn I can play the healer and trigger the Celebrant and get 1/1s to block with. If they don't have another removal, I think I'm in a winning position. Definitely back to the wall, but... And they can add a creature to the board or something. I don't need them to have all lands. I just need them to not have removal, really, at this point. I do need to block with Angel, but I don't mind this block because I have all action in hand. So if they pump, the turn is them trading Ambusher for Angel, and then I can get further ahead by playing Attended Healer and have a better situation next turn. I'm not saying their play was wrong. Obviously, they're happy to trade Teetering Ambusher for Legion Angel as this game goes long. But what I am saying, I'm playing defensively and trying to turn it, holding all spells in hand against an aggro deck, so that was a productive turn cycle for me. Always a battle. But I'm combining that. I know they can move it, but that'll take their whole turn. And I can still play Blood Priest or Protector, so shouldn't be too bad. Okay, so... I'm not super stoked about giving lifelink to a 1-power cleric. I think I'd rather spend my mana. I'm going to get the healer trigger. So let's say I'm binding the Electromancer. If they move it, they can hit me for 4 in the air. That's not going to be lethal. So I think this turn is Protector and Binding. Can't really... Oh yeah, I can attack. Oh no, because they'll just block with the Ambusher. If I protected the Attended Healer, that's not going to help me. So I can't attack profitably. So now I might go on to lose again because of the Maul. Obviously, I'm happy to Binding, but they can move the Maul. But I can't do anything about that right now. So we'll just have to see how this shakes out. I do have the ability to give lifelink to the 3-power cleric next turn, plus play Blood Priest. So I'm definitely not going to die to move the Maul to the Pack Beast and hit me for 4 twice. But I may ultimately lose to the Maul. It's just going to depend on how I draw. Hey HQ, I'm happy to be drafting. Thanks for joining us. Okay, so I can vanquish the Ambusher, and then lifelink the Protector. I'll be at 6. I gain 3 when it hits, and then I get a 1/1, which then gains me a life off Celebrant. So I'll die to 2 damage out of their hand. Otherwise, I can Blood Priest and lifelink. Then I would just attack with the Celebrant, the Healer, and the Protector. I gain, 2 more life, so I'll be at 8. Seems right to vanquish. I get in more damage this way. I'm not really worried about dying to a +2. I think I'm going to die if they have stuff like that anyway. I don't really see why playing Blood Priest now is better. It's a cheaper card to hold. It's a creature to trigger Celebrant later. The only real upside is that I don't die to a +2, but I'm probably going to die to stuff like that anyway if they have it. And if I draw any non-clerics, the Blood Priest can give me more value later. And I might draw a 4-drop. So, I think I want to play the more expensive card, get in more damage, and just accept that I'm losing to a +2. Yeah, but if they had Royal Eruption, they could just Royal Eruption the healer, and then I'm going to lose to them all anyway. Remember, the goal is not to survive an extra turn. The goal is to win the game. I mean, there are, like, cards I could beat, like the +3/+2, if I just never let that get in range. But most people don't play that card that often. There's no reason to specifically think they have it. Royal Eruption I'm not beating anyway. They would just Royal Eruption the healer, and they would for sure end up beating me. Alright, that's a decent draw. I only drew clerics this game. Remember, I have a lot of party types. So, if I shepherd, it's not like it's a great blocker. I mean, this has first strike. So I think this turn is attack with Protector and play Blood Priest, but I could be wrong. If I play Shepherd, I gain 3, 4 life, 2, and then 1 from the Celebrant, and then 1 from the 1/1 that I make. But I missed the lifelink for the turn. Next turn, if I draw a land, I can Shepherd and Blood Priest. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I attack with just Angel Heart and give it lifelink. Well, and then play Blood Priest too, but... Well, a Maul move, I mean, it's going to make it harder to race them if they move it to the healer, but I'm okay with that. I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, the game isn't going well. Maul is really hard to beat. There are ways I can win this game, but I'm not saying the game is looking good. Yeah, the Vigilance will be a problem. And also the fact that it'll be on tap to block and then I can't gain life with my Clerics, that's a problem, yeah. But I could draw removal. I mean, if I draw a removal spell for the healer if they move Maul, I'm in pretty good shape. And I have the Shepherd. I have Zoth Consumption in the deck. I have Relic Vial would be a nice draw. This is a hard game to win, but I don't think it's over. So I have 4, 6, 8 creatures to their 3. So what happens if I just attack with, like, everything? If I play Shepherd and attack with everything? They're effectively at 12 because of the healer, so it's not great. I don't think we're going to have a productive alpha yet. I don't actually have to play Shepherd. Like, if I play the Outrider, potentially, I gain a life, so I'm not dead. But I want the ability to play the Outrider and give something lifelink, especially because I can pump, like, Protector and then give it lifelink or something. So I think this turn, I'm going to play Shepherd. I don't see a reason to trade Protector for Sellsword. That doesn't seem productive. So, unfortunately, I think I just have to chill here. Pretty bad turn, but... Outrider means I'm pretty incentivized to not go nuts this turn. Like, if they attack with the Pack Beast and then move them all, if I draw a land, I can Outrider the Shepherd and then give it lifelink and get a nice life swing again this turn. I mean, the Maul is really tough. Like, I don't know if I'm going to win or lose this game. I definitely have draws, like Zoth Consumption, removal for whatever the mauled creature's on is pretty strong anytime I draw that. Relic Vial would be excellent. Good games, Zeronius. Alright, we drew a land. I think that makes this turn a no-brainer. Well, the Shepherd can attack anyway. So there is reason to Outrider like the Protector. I mean, it'll just trade with the Scorch Rider. Is there any shot they're dead if I Outrider the Shepherd and attack with everything? Because that's a hit in the air. So they take 5, so they're at 5. But they have the 2 life from the healer, so they're effectively at 7. And then it's 1, 2, 7, 9 creatures. to 4, so I'm 2 points short. If this creature didn't have lifelink, I'd have lethal by pumping Shepherd, hitting with everything. But it does. So I'm 2 points short. So I think it's Outrider the Protector. Nah, that just misses damage. Who really cares about trading the Protector for the Scorch Rider? If I'm not going to have an alpha, then this turn is Outrider the Shepherd. Give it lifelink and just hit them in the air. I mean, we are further building our board every turn. We're getting 1/1s. Like I said, this is extremely tight. I have no idea if I'm going to win or lose. We were 2 points short of lethal last turn. Stampede is in play as a land, yeah. But we could draw Seagate Banneret. We have enough mana to play it and pump our team, and that would certainly be lethal. We have a lot of good draws. Relic Vial would be excellent. Seagate Banneret is lethal. Zoff Consumption is probably lethal. Any removal spell is a huge draw. Like, Practice Tactics would be a huge... Well, actually... Oh, yeah, I have a Warrior now, so I can kill the 4/4s or whatever. So, yeah, Practice Tactics is a good draw. I mean, clearly they'd rather have them all on the healer, but they did cast something every turn, so it's not like they're forgetting. I'm not saying you're wrong. The turn they played Sellsword, they probably should have just moved them all to the healer instead. But they have cast things every turn, so that was their logic. Okay, so they're at 9, but unfortunately they're effectively at 13. We bricked. There's no way an alpha's dealing 13. So this is pretty rough. 6, 8... Yeah, I have 12 creatures, so clearly I can't alpha for 13. Untap Good Game and Cardboard Live are the extensions and add-ons I use. Okay, so... What do we want to do? Can I do anything? I mean, I don't even have a creature to play, so I really want to attack and give lifelink. This is rough. I mean, they only have the one free block. So I could attack with, like, Outrider, Protector, and Shepherd. Should I just attack with, like, almost everything at that point? Except, like, maybe a Tended Healer? I'm definitely going to get a 1/1, so I'll definitely have 2 blockers. I'll get in a bunch of damage. Yeah, I think that's what's right. I know First Strike. That's why I don't have lethal. I'm well aware. But if they want to First Strike out the Shepherd, I'm giving lifelink to the Blood Priest and the Protector. I'm gaining a bunch of life. I'm making a 1/1. Listen, I'm in a losing position, but I don't think this attack is a losing play. I'm just in a losing position overall. If I make them trade off the Pack Beast and the Skyclave Cleric, then the healer would lose lifelink. I don't know if that's possible. It would be nice. Alright, so lifelink the biggest clerics we can. That looks like Angel Heart and Shepherd. See what the board looks like when the dust settles. Yeah, not great, not horrible. Thank you, Zergling Rodeo. Appreciate the subscription. Think we still win if we draw like Banneret or Zoff or something, but we lose if we brick. If we draw removal, that's good. I was kind of hoping they might throw away the Cleric there, not realizing that the healer would lose its lifelink. I get anxiety in real life, not in games of Magic. Like, I don't get anxiety about losing games of Magic, but I definitely get anxiety about like my health. Like right now I have this little pain in my side. It's probably nothing. I probably like pulled something over the weekend, but like stuff like that gives me anxiety. But losing games of Magic, I don't know. People act like when you lose a game of Magic, you're not allowed to play any more Magic after that. Like, most of the time, like, if your opponent beats you, it's the same as if you beat them, maybe plus or minus some tiny amount of prize or something. So I don't know. I'm never, like, afraid that I'm going to lose the game of Magic or something. That's not something that, like, really bothers me. Well, we drew the Banneret. I don't know if it's enough. So they're at 13. If I play it and pump, I have 6 creatures, so 4 are getting through, so it's not enough. Ugly. So do I send the 1/1s? Where were you last turn, Banneret, when you would have been lethal? So, do I send the 1/1s? I can take the 1 hit in the air. I don't even care about the Cleric. I have to block the Rider, so I need something to do that, but... I mean, honestly, I can just block it with the Attended Healer if I have to. It's not really any different at this point. They block, 3 get through, they gain 4, so no, I'm only dealing them, like... If I send the 5 1/1s, they're gaining 4, and they're killing a 1/1 and taking 2. Because I'm going to pump them, obviously. And then I'd have to lose the Attended Healer, so I'm just going to have to chill this turn. Oh, this is great every game. I wish, like, half the creatures had lifelink. Lifelink is just the most wonderful thing. I love, like, good life gain and good lifelink. Like, I love when they start tacking life gain onto things, like when spells kill a creature and gain 2, or, like, draw a card and gain 1, or whatever. I love stuff like that. I like life gain. I like things that extend games. I don't really like damage. Well, oh, dead to re-equip. Yeah, they can just move it to the Scorch Rider. You're right. I didn't even see that. Not that I could do anything about it. An attack wouldn't have changed that. Oh, maybe they didn't see it either. I don't know if they have anything or not. I mean, Oro is too good. I like cards like Oro, but Oro is pushed too far. If I were designing Oro, I would have just made it like roughly the same but worse. Like, I think it's too good of a Magic card for Standard. Okay, so with the Scorch Rider, I can either trade 2 1/1s or like the Banneret or the Healer. I'm obviously not going to trade the Banneret. I might rather trade just Healer than 2 1/1s though. Healer not going to gain me life now, because like even if I draw a Flyer or a Cleric, their creature has First Strike. So I think I'm just going to trade Attended Healer for Scorch Rider. Thanks for that subscription, Cornball. Appreciate the support. And that's the game. That was a good game. I probably could have won. Maybe not. They gain another 4 life, so if I don't attack that one turn, like, I have a few more creatures out, but I think the Seagate Banneret's still not enough because they gain another 4. I just needed to draw the Seagate one turn earlier to win, or like removal and Zoffs at the end instead of, or Vials instead of lands. That was a sweet one. All right, one more draft for the day. I'll be right back tomorrow, but this is going to be the last one of the night today. Hopefully we'll do that one more time, Miser Lou. It's not even possible, but you can't get 8 wins in these. All right, on to Inversion. I mean, look, it's comes to play tap land that can be really strong in the late game, but this is an 8-mana spell, so, I mean, this card's not great. You're always going to play it. It's kind of a free roll, unless you're a hyper aggro deck and you have too many tap lands, but it's not like some good land spell modal. Bloodchief's Thirst is one of the best uncommons. It's just really efficient removal. There's no common in the set better than Bloodchief's Thirst, and Bloodchief's Thirst is definitely better than Onto Inversion, so we're 100% taking Bloodchief's Thirst here. The next best cards in the pack are like Roiling Regrowth, Wizard, Blood Priest, Inversion. But this is a clear Bloodchief's Thirst. Okay, now it's again going to be a pretty clear Thort. Thort is really good. I didn't mean to take it, I meant to highlight it. But let me talk about Thort for a second. So, when you play like a 5-mana draw 3, like we see at common or uncommon in a lot of formats, when you draw 3 cards, lands, you probably don't need them anymore after you have 5 or 6 mana. So you're really drawing about 2 spells, right? So Thort is getting you 2 spells, right? Because creatures are spells, it's never putting lands into play. But the problem with these 5-mana draw 3s, you fall behind. You go up 2 spells in your hand, but you don't add to the board. So if your back is against the wall, if you're under pressure, if they're the one curving out, you can't play a 5-mana draw 3 or you die. Thort is like 5-mana draw 3, except instead of the cards going into your hand, they go into play. So now you're no longer behind because you drew extra cards and put extra cards in play. So Thort is like, it's not exact obviously, but on a rough abstract level, it's almost like 5-mana draw 3, put them into play. And therefore Thort is really good because it gives you the card advantage and you don't fall behind. Alright, pretty easy journey here. I mean, you know, you want to stay black if you can after 2 great black uncommons, but I'm not going to take Drana Silencer. Journey's the best card in the pack, so clear choice. Similarly, I mean, there's nothing wrong with Gloomhunter and Beckoning, but we're getting a 4th pick binding after a journey. Looks like we're on black-white again. So now it's Feed or Shepherd. More often than not, I would take Feed, but we do already have 3 removal, 4 picks in, and 0 creatures. I mean, it is only pack 1, but Feed also has diminishing returns. Like, you know, you can only deal yourself so much damage, so like 1 Feed in your deck, the damage is not, like, punishing. And listen, play 2 Feeds, play 3 Feeds, but draft them a little lower as the draft goes on. So I think I'm going to take Shepherd over Feed here. Yeah, Feed is better in Clerics, though, too. That's true. But I do have 3 removal and a Thort and no creatures. I think it's Shepherd. It's close. You could take Feed there. It's definitely a close pick. Wow, that's a late Vine Gecko. I guess green-white is still an option. I mean, I don't want to draw Bloodchief and Thort. I mean, for black-white, there's no cards. Like, I don't want the Ox, the Smite, or the Sentinel in that deck. So I guess I'll take the Gecko and just see what's in the next pack. Well, this pack pretty much doesn't have any cards I want, but I guess Silencer, if I'm Clerics or if I'm partying, I have Thort, it's nice to have good things to buy back. I talk about this concept from time to time. Since these things count themselves, cards like Silencer are better in Clerics than in Rogues. You know, cards like Emeria Sky Captain are better in Clerics or Rogues than in Warriors, etc., etc. Yeah, there were no good green cards in that pack either, though. Reclaim, I mean, I guess if I wanted to splash black into a green-white deck, I can consider it for that reason. But green-white isn't really like a deck that's concerned about Reclaim. You might play it, you might not. It's a pretty late Trap Finder. I mean, I don't really want the Skitter Sneak. I think it's pretty unlikely I'm going to end up with a Trap Finder in my deck, but it's also pretty unlikely I'm going to play Skitter Sneak even if I go black-white or something. Guess I'll take Trap Finder. Generally, I like Practice Tactics over Colossus, especially early in drafts. Don't want to end up with too many fatties, too many expensive cards. The Martin User rule. Take the gems. Now we can grab a Seagate. Oh, no, I'm probably not going to splash Trap Finder. I just took it over nothing because it's still possible I play white-blue or white or blue-black, right? You also never know. Like, I might just randomly get, like, 2 black-blue Pathfinder lands or something. You know, those things are practically free to play because they're coming to play untapped. I have no plans to splash Trap Finder, but you literally never know. I do have plans to play black-white, and I love me an Attended Healer, so probably take that. I don't even think it's particularly close. I mean, we didn't see much blue other than that Trap Finder. I mean, Domination is maybe better than Healer, maybe not. It's pretty close, I think. Like, if you're, pick one, pack one. But, I mean, we have a bunch of good black and white cards, so this is a pretty easy Healer. Yeah, the black dried up, but I did see a Feed the Swarm Fifth. I don't think I'm seeing a ton of black, but as long as I'm seeing the, like, black that I want for clerics, that's okay, too. It's a problem if the people passing to me are clerics. It's not really a problem if they're rogues or something. They're not super interested in a lot of the black uncommons and even like the blight priests and stuff like that I'm interested in. Yeah, Pack Beast is a free source and it's good. It's less reliable because it dies a lot though. But it helps too for sure for a splash. Yeah, well said, Miserloo. This format is more archetype-y than, like, it is color-oriented. So, like, I care way more if I'm black-white clerics than if the people around me are drafting clerics than if they're drafting black or white. Like, if they're a white-red warrior deck and a black-blue rogue deck, I mean, sure, look, we're still fighting over Nahiri's Bindings and Shepherds and whatever, but all the good uncommons and even some of the filler, and even commons that I consider good are, like, near unplayable for them if they're different archetypes. Right, like Core Celebrant is an excellent card in Black-White Clerics, and it's unplayable in White-Red Warriors. And there's a lot of cards like that swing by varying amounts depending on what archetype you are. So Easy Journey, substantially better removal than Vanquish, which would be my next choice out of this pack. Thanks, Rug. Appreciate the subscription. Is your name a reference to the Magic deck or to literal rugs? Welcome, magical monks. Alright, so Pack Beast or Rebirth. Pack Beast helps Thort. And it helps Silencer, it helps Shepherd, it helps Double Journey. We actually have a lot of party. And it's a cleric while also being a wizard. Like, it's a cleric for Attended Healer, and it's like whatever we don't have for all that party stuff. I think I want Pack Beast. Pack Beast is pretty excellent for us, I think. Now, do we want Healer or Black Bloom Rogue? This is probably another close pick. I mean, we're not milling them, but Black Bloom Rogue is still pretty good land spell modal. How are we on 2-drops? Not good. We have only Pack Beast. But we do want a Rogue or two, because we do have all that party stuff. This is a close one. I think Rogue is enough better of a card, and it's early in the draft. Hello, Attended Healer number 2. It's unfortunate it's in the pack with Pack Beast. I would love another Pack Beast, but this pick isn't close. Thank you, Bobo. Appreciate the subscription. The Rogue Healer pick was close. This was just Windmill Slam, Attended Healer, of course. Let's get some Core Celebrants. Or some Cleric of Life Bonds. Just the way better 2-mana Core Celebrant. Clerics apparently was open again. Streamer luck. I'll take it. Haven't been drawing especially well today. I'm even on the day, right? 6 and 6. Easy Skyclave Cleric. Don't think these cards matter. If this was best of 3, I'd probably take Disenchant as a sideboard card, but I'm not going to main Disenchant. So just in case I need the playable. Pack Beast is really good. The commons that have, like, overperformed the best for me, that, like, moved up the most, are probably Shepherd and Pack Beast. Those 2 cards are just... Nobody in this draft is drafting blue. I mean, I'm committed to Black-White Clerics, clearly. I have Life Spawned 2 healers, but, like, Lull Mage tabling is just absurd. Yeah, the curve's a little on the high side, but it's actually not bad. I have 3 2-drops. I have Pack Beast, Life Bond, and Skyclave Cleric. Wow, the healer tabled. Clerics might be wide open. That's a good table for me. Glad I took the Black Bloom Rogue over it. So Jace is good, but not great. Roost is way better than Jace, just for blue players out there. We're going to take Journey, of course. Journey doesn't get better or worse in multiples. I'll just take all the Journeys they want to pass me. But I'm just pointing out that if you have an average blue deck with, like, Bubble Snares and Into the Royals or whatever, I would take Roost over Jace. Jace is a fine card, though. And Clerics of Life Bond number 2. This deck is better than the last one. We're now on 2 Life Bond, 3 Journey to Oblivion, 2 Attended Healer. Let's get some Core Celebrants. Thanks for subscribing, Magical Monks. Appreciate it. Okay, I think it's Rebirth over Blight Priest here. Rebirth I'm not, like, super duper high on, but it can easily put a Life Bond back in play or something like that. A nice, cheap, flexible land spell modal. Good opportunity to get the Warrior that I like a lot in these Cleric decks. This card is good in Warriors, but it's almost better in Clerics. Because you have these Attended Healers making 1/1s, and you tend to gut up the board a lot with these, like, all the life gain and 1/4s and stuff, even though I don't actually have a lot of that. So, like, Seagate Banneret is a really good performer, in my opinion, in Cleric decks. And gifting out a sub. Thanks for the support, Magical Monks. I appreciate the generosity. We're not going to need to win by giving things flying, but I also only play Mesa Links if I'm short 2-drops. We have 1, 3, 4, 5 2-drops, so Mesa Links is never making my deck, so I'll take the Kite Sail. Mesa Links, it's not like a big deal if you have to put this card in your deck. Like, it's not horrible, but it's like a filler 2-drop, you know what I mean? Like, I'm never going to play it if I have enough 2-drops. Paired Tactician's good if you have other Warriors, but we don't, right? We only got the 1 Pack Beast. We're not, like, pairing it with anything. So if anything, I'd probably rather have the Rogue. Yeah, and I mean, we're probably not going to see Vials, but it would be nice to pick up a Celebrant. But I don't know if it's going to happen or not. Obviously, we're towards the end of the draft. But I mean, Cleric of Life Bond is basically Core Celebrant and has like a 2-mana 6/6 or whatever, if most of your stuff is Clerics, which mine is. If you look at my creatures, hey, there's the late Celebrant. I don't have that many non-Clerics. Like, Silencer's a non-Cleric, Rogue, Adept, and the Banneret. That's literally it in the whole deck. Sky Scanner? What's a Sky Scanner? Seagate Colossus. But I don't know if I'm going to play that or not. We actually ended up a pretty focused Cleric deck. Oh, Sky Dancer. Yeah, which I don't know if we're going to play or not. I do want to have some cheap non-clerics to lower the cost of these journeys. So something like Sky Dancer is actually kind of decent for us. We have a lot of removal, and we're not that good at party. I don't think these practice tactics are excellent. I also want to cut non-clerics because, again, this is... Usually you don't actually care if you're all clerics. Cleric of Life Bond is one of the cards that actually cares about that. And we have... Not only do we have 2 Cleric of Life Bond, we have Thort, Rebirth, and Blood Beckoning to get them back. So our deck should be geared around these Cleric of Life Bonds pretty heavily. I don't think we're going to want Subtle Strike or a Creature Synergy deck. This looks about right. We have a few land spell modals. I don't know exactly how many lands we're going to play. We'll look during building, but somewhere around this. Seagate's not going to go out. A cheap warrior lowers the cost of all these journeys and stuff. I might take out the big thing. I might take out the 7/5. So for land spell modals, we have what? 1 white and 2 black. So we probably want like 15 lands. 9/8 looks right. So let's assume we do like 8/7. So we got to cut like 1 more card. It could be Silencer. It could be Seagate. It could be Farsight Adept. I think it's probably any of those. I pretty much never main Smite. It's just too situational. Like, it's a fine sideboard card if you see it has a lot of good targets, but I don't really like maining it. Yeah, Silencer I like in decks like this, because you're grindy, you gum up the board, you gain life. But we're really heavy on the clerics and low on the party side. Plus we have like all these journeys and stuff, so I'm down for taking out Silencer. I think I'd rather have the 7/5 warrior. Because we have a couple other rogues to add to our rogue party count. And if we have this much removal, if they're like they're not going to beat our 7/5 with like a Death Toucher or something like that. They're going to kill it or lose to it. Silencer's meh. It's fine. It's not bad. It's not good. It's meh. I agree with that. Of course, this hand looks uglier than it is. I mean, I would like to play the Cleric after the Life Bond. I can only do that if I top a Plains turn 1. But I have a Plains. I have Skyclave Cleric. So this hand's fine. I think with Blood Beckoning and Thort and all the journeys and all that, I think I'd rather have creatures than filler removal. Like, obviously, I'm never cutting, like, journeys and even binding. But, like, as far as, like, Subtle Strike, I think I would rather have a creature with all my party synergy and Thort and Blood Beckoning and Rebirth. I have a lot of reasons to want every creature I can get in this deck. No real decisions. I'm only 1 land away from the Shepherd. If I draw spells, I'll have other stuff to do. My deck's not that expensive. If I draw lands, then I can cast Shepherd anyway. I want this 2/3 rogue in play, lowering the cost of the journey, at gaining 2 extra life with the Shepherd. Like, it's not about which is better in a vacuum. Most decks, Subtle Strike is better than the 7/5. But just with everything I have, I prefer the 7/5 in this deck. Okay, so let's see. This has Menace, so they can only block if they flash something in, so they can't do that, so we don't need to kill it. But Seagate Journey looks like our play this turn, and we still have Shepherd and Binding, so we might as well kill it pre-combat, I guess. I don't want them to end up killing the rogue or something and making me unable to cast Journey. Seems fine to me. We can go Pack Beast. Oh, no, because we lost a creature, so Journey's going to cost 3. I was going to say it would be sweet if we could go Pack Beast, Journey the Journey. But we can't do that. So we have to decide between Journey their Journey or play Pack Beast and only use 2 mana this turn. Granted, the Journey's going to get cheaper, and I don't necessarily know if I'm going to want to Journey their Journey or not, so I think it's Pack Beast. It's only a little less mana efficient, because remember, this Journey could easily end up costing 2 or 1 or 3 or whatever. It's not like it's only 4 this turn. It's not 4 indefinitely. And the Pack Beast hits just as hard as the Rogue next turn anyway. So this gives us another turn to see what they play. Okay, that said, they didn't play anything like particularly good. So now I think it is Journey to Journey and just get our rogue back. I mean, it's the best target for removal, and we're holding 3 and we can't cast our only creature. So no real decisions. And I don't want trades. I'm not scared of Jerboa pumping the Protector. I'm not scared of racing with a Shepherd that's literally going to gain 8 because I'm full party when I cast it. And then, of course, I'm not scared to spew my removal because I have 2 more in hand. So if we draw a land, this is a sweet turn. Then we can attack with everything and they can't block because we have the Banneret Pump, and then we play Shepherd. If we don't draw a land, then we have to make decisions. I mean, I could play Healer and Journey to Jerboa just to attack with everything, but it's only 3 more damage. That seems pretty unnecessary. The only thing is I still have 2 more removal. So like I can go Healer and Journey and then I still have a Binding, but it only gets in 3 damage. It's not very exciting. I don't think it's worth it journeying a Jerboa that's effectively doing nothing. I'll just hit them for 2. It's also like kind of nice if they draw Mind Drain, because I would definitely discard Binding and Journey, because I mean there's no good creatures to kill right now, and Shepherd is going to gain 8 and be a 3/4 flyer and be pretty awesome. Okay, so now we can do what I talked about last turn. Attack with everything. If they block, I pump with Seagate and we get a free kill, and if they take it, we play Shepherd post-combat. Life is good. And they're dead. Now we just kill 2 of their 3 creatures, attack with everything, and we're on to the next. 1 mana Journey of Oblivion. Don't mind if I do. Doesn't matter what we target. They're dead on board. They take exactly 8. None of their creatures have lifelink. 3 in the air, then they block 1 of the 2s on the ground, and they take exactly 8. So if we attack and they block and trade, do we want that? Not really. I mean, it's pretty even. But they also might have duelists, so I think it's better to just not enter combat here. I mean, I know the Charger can end up trading with a better creature than Banneret, but I also have 4 lands. And, like, I could end up just not attacking until turn 5 on the ground, and then I can make the Charger kind of irrelevant with the Seagate pump. Alright, I'm just going to pass here. Throw the Sky Dancer in front of the Wind Rider Wizard. That's a good trade for me, because theirs has an ability in play. I mean, they could have something, but hopefully they don't. Well, they definitely have something, because that's the long arena pause, but I'm still going to block. I don't really care about the Sky Dancer. So this turn I just want to play healer. Nothing has really changed. No reason to trade Banneret for Charger now that we're 1 mana away from a pump. My gems usually go down very slowly as I'm playing best of 1 and up very slowly when I play best of 3. Okay, Journey looks good for 2 mana. We can go Pack Beast, Journey the 4/3, hit with the healer. Obviously, we're not triggering the healer this turn, but, I mean, that's about as good a turn as we're going to have. If they want to chump, they can kill the Pack Beast, but whatever. I can't really stop them from trading Fireblade Charger for Pack Beast. Okay, another easy turn. With the land, that means we can play Sky Dancer and Journey. Of course, we're journeying the Umara Wizard. Advancing our board a little. We still could end up running out of steam. I mean, I have 1 removal left if they play something really good. We do also have the Banneret ability online, so it's going to be hard for them to block. I played it that turn super cute. I had to play it pre-combat to lower the cost of the Journey by 1 if I wanted a double spell, and it can't attack because it was summoning sick. Alright, so do we want to kill the Wind Rider with her last Journey? Not really, but I think I'm probably going to do it. The loot ability, if this game's just going to drag on and on, isn't good for me. Yeah, maybe I could have killed the looter first. I mean, I couldn't necessarily predict whether they were going to have another wizard or whatever, but blue-red is the wizard's archetype. They also, I don't know, did they have excess lands? Is that what they were looting away? I mean, I don't really know. Can't block, so we attack. Of course, pump, because we can't do anything else with our mana. I mean, with the Attended Healer still in play, it's not a bad position. Hopefully we'll just draw some clerics or some life gain or some removal or some spells or some anything, because we just keep drawing lands, and this is pretty much the only way we can lose. But I have 6 Oblivions, Rampant Growth. I just drew 3 of them. So I think I'm going to Binding the Skydiver, because the Wind Rider Wizard's loot would still be in play, and I would rather have that kill that one with a removal that makes a creature leave play if I draw it. So I'm going to Binding the Skydiver. Come on, deck. No more. I can't draw more lands. I need flyers. I need spells. I need removal. I need Zoth consumption. I need life gain. I need non-lands. I'm losing with an Attended Healer and playing my all clerics deck. I need Thorts. I need Blood Beckoning. I don't need Blackbloom Rogue. I did not think we were going to lose this game. I mean, I killed all flyers with my removal, so there's not much I could have done differently. Just a pretty sad game. Alright, let's see. No planes, but we have Skyclave Cleric, so this hand's obviously good. Turn 1 Cleric, turn 2 Bond, turn 3 Blight Priest. And if we draw a plains, then we can hold the cleric. But if we don't draw a plains turn 1, I have to play the Skyclave Cleric. Yeah, I like cards like Blood Beckoning in this deck because they're grindy and card draw is light, and you play these like long games pretty frequently. I agree with that. I value cards like Blood Beckoning and Thort quite high. I mean, Thort's good every deck, but I value cards like Blood Beckoning pretty high in decks like Clerics. Alright, no decision here. Even though the Squid's hitting for 3, the Cleric's hitting for 3 too, and gaining a life. Actually, it's dealing damage because the Blight Priest... So we just want to get that life bond out, take the hit from the Squid, and see what's going on. I'm going to wait until I can double spell or something to Bloodchief's Thirst with an action-packed hand and only 2 lands in it. Yeah, and that doesn't change anything. This turn is a clear Blight Priest. I don't really mind if they're a little ahead on the race early because, I mean, we're gaining life and dealing extra damage, and I can double spell on a turn with Bloodchief's Thirst. No, I don't think that's why at all, Hurricane. I think draft is more skill rewarding, if anything, but I don't think they care about that either way. I think it's all just ratings and viewer count. I think, again, I don't know anything. This is just my own opinion. I want to be clear about that. But my opinion is that the sole reason we're not having more limited is because Wizards thinks, correctly or incorrectly. I think incorrectly, but I admit, it's hard to know. But I think it's because they just think it'll get less viewers, basically. Okay, so I can attack with both. This looks like a decent turn to play Pack Beast and Bloodchief's Thirst the Squid if I want to do that. I guess I could just... No, I have to play a creature to grow the Cleric and all of that, so I have to play Pack Beast this turn. And next turn after that, I have Seagate for 5. So yeah, I want to play Bloodchiefs for 1, and I want to kill Squid more than Survivor by a lot. So this looks like pretty clear Pack Beast. And then I'm just going to... I have another removal in hand, and I have a 5-drop, so I'm going to Bloodchief's Thirst away that Squid. It's not the world's best use of a Bloodchief's Thirst, but Journey to Oblivion is on conditional removal too anyway. Oh, believe me, I agree. I mean, I'm not defending their choice. And I don't even agree with them that it'll get less viewers. I think that was largely because it was hard to follow all the different cards with paper cards and stuff like that. But on Arena with Cardboard Live, I don't think Limited gets less viewers than Standard. I could be wrong. I can't state that like it's a fact. It's certainly just my opinion. But believe me, I'm not defending or agreeing with the choice. I'm just saying why I think they're making the choice. Okay, so if we want to attack with anything, we have to Journey the 5/5. Or we can play a 7/5. I think it's worth Journeying the 5/5 because, I mean, they have to either chump block or trade with Pack Beast and go to 1. I mean, that's just a really good turn for us. So even though it's our last removal and it's not mana efficient, I mean, they're forced to block. They have two. They either go to 1 or and trade with Pack Beast, or they chump block and stay at like 5 or 3 or whatever. So they have to be able to do 2 things to even be able to attack with the Stalker, and the Stalker's not even threatening lethal on the following turn. No dead creatures, but we have Thort. I mean, I guess I'm attacking. I mean, they could easily have something. So let's say I attack with everything. If they, like, bounce the Life Spawn, then the Stalker eats Blight Priest and they go to 1. And then I just thwart the Life Spawn and the Blight Priest back in and they're dead. So, I mean, they have... well, it's bounced, so no. But basically, I don't mind losing creatures to deal damage or to force them to play their cards since I drew Thwart. So I'm just going to attack. Oh, looks like they had nothing. Hey, thanks, Kirilov. I appreciate the support. That's really nice of you to do that and very flattering. And I always say that to people, like, people are always like, oh, I really love your content, I wish I could do more to support it and stuff like that. It's like, look, everybody's financial situation is different. If you're young, if you don't have a lot of money, you can't even afford to subscribe really or whatever, I totally understand. You can always spread the word. If you watch my content a lot and you like it, just spread the word. That helps too. I mean, I'm not going to mull this hand. Like, yeah, it doesn't do much with its original 7, but I have, like, 9 black sources and a lot of cheap cards. So, you do you, Big Bang Zoom. You do you. I'll probably just draw, like, black card planes or whatever. But, I mean, with a 3-lander on the play, and I have more white cards than black cards and plenty of black sources... I don't really mull hands like this. Just saw if I put its name. Okay, so we finally got our Swamp. Can't Journey. You want to get the Life Spawned out first, but I really don't want to use 2 mana instead of 4, so I think it's just a Tended Healer pass here. It's a hard hit back, but next turn we'll have more options. Hopefully we'll draw like a land, but if not, then we'll have to evaluate. So they picked up Shelter too. This is going kind of rough. I mean, I have Skydancer and Tactics, or Life Bond and Tactics. They have Shelter. I can't Journey now because they'll just Shelter. Don't think this game is winnable from here. I guess I'm double blocking with Life Spawn and Healer, and then I'm going for Tactics for 2 on the Raptor. They can Shelter, but that's still only 6. So if they don't have a land, that's fine. If they play a land, I'm just dead then, though. But I can't double block with Skydancer and Healer, and if I chump with Healer, I'm losing. So I guess if they don't have a land, this play works out okay. And I'm not counting the Shelter, because if they play the Shelter, then they don't have Shelter. But I would need them to not have another land for me to be able to win this way. Thanks, Big Bang Boom Zoom. Appreciate the subscription. Now, hopefully you won't actually tell people the stream sucks, but, who knows. And then what about the 2 ground creatures, Ken Danger? Chump one of them with a Tended Healer and go to 3. So the end result is I have, no board and I'm at, 1 or 3 or whatever. I really don't think I can lose a Tended Healer and win that game. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's not about surviving for another turn. It's about can you turn the board and actually put yourself in a winning position. Alright, all day has been some rough land draws, and we're dead even in 8 and 8 in game wins and losses. Can we start drawing plains and swamp, good land hands, rattle off some wins? This deck is very good. Hi, Peter Sony. Well, 2 lander on the draw with plains, swamp, and Cleric of Life Bond. Hopefully we'll draw 1 more land. I can get stuck on 3. I mean, I have 2 3-drops, one of which draws a card. Hooray! Yeah, I mean, I probably don't mull enough, but you don't win that many games when you start with 1 less card than your opponent. My baseline logic is if you mulligan, it's more effort and then you lose, or you keep, it's less effort and then you lose. You're going to lose either way, so I prefer keep and lose to mull and lose. Thank you, Tao Shimp. Appreciate the subscription. Okay, this seems like a pretty clear core celebrant. We don't need each player to draw a card. We already have another land now. We have a Tended Healer. Time to fire on all cylinders if they're not killing anything. Pretty nice turn for them. I'm not concerned about attacking or not. I just want to get my 1/1s. I can play healer, grow the life bond to only a 4/4. I'm not going to end up attacking, but because then they would double block or something, but that's totally fine. I want the attended healer in play. I want the 1/1s every time I cast things. So I don't mind chilling for now. We're under no pressure. We're developing our board every turn. It's not important at all that we're able to attack them at the moment. They could just have a lot of things. Gottlebins, like Subtle Strike, anything like that. I don't want to lose the Cleric of Life Bond on turn 2 out of my Cleric stack. I mean, that's just a good spot for them to attack, even if it's a bluff, because I'm not blocking. Right, so when we play a creature on their turn, we'll gain Sky Dancer, we'll gain a life off Celebrant, which will then trigger the life spawn too, and the Attended Healer. So like this turn, if we draw a land, I don't know, but if we don't draw a land, we get to go Banneret on our turn, trigger all our stuff, Sky Dancer on theirs, trigger all our stuff. If we draw a land, we have to decide between Shepherd and that. No one card is that important to Journey. Like I said, no rush to attack. Let's just keep developing our board. See, the thing is, with Red-White Warriors, I'm not saying don't play Seagate. It's a fine card in that deck. But Red-White Warriors is like a traditional aggro deck. You make a lot of trades to get in damage, and both players don't generally have a lot in play. Clerics does this a lot, where it gums up the board and makes 1/1 tokens. So that's why Seagate Banneret performs better in Clerics than in Warriors. Because in Clerics, you have a lot of games where like you both have a ton of stuff in play. And in Warriors, you're like usually at red-white, you're usually attacking every turn and trading and getting in damage, and you don't have that many creatures in play. Okay, so we can attack with the flyer. Do we attack with the 6/6? Nah, I still don't even want to lose it. Well, I guess I can play like the Wizard and the Journey. Wizard is the type I don't have, right? I have Warrior, Rogue, and Cleric. So if I do that, if I Journey like the Shadow Cat and grow the Cleric to a 7/7, they're going to have to lose all 3 creatures if they want to kill the Life Bond. So actually, I think that's probably correct. They can't kill it with 2, and if I'm a 7/7, any 3 they block it with, I kill all 3. So I think that's right. I'm going to Journey the Shadow Cat, because that's the only way they could have a triple block on the Life Bond, where they wouldn't lose all 3 creatures. And then I can attack with the 7/7. Because if they trade for 3 creatures, it's done its job at this point. Clear the way for everything else. The reason I was able to figure that out so quickly is because they only have 1 3 toughness creature. So any 3 they put on it, I have to be able to kill all 3. Because the most toughness they can put on it is 2, 2, and 3. Since they only have 1 3 toughness creature. If you're wondering how to like evaluate a complex board like that, it's not like I match up every single block in my head. It's more like you think about what the best thing they could do is through process of elimination on the whole board. Like, I looked at the board and saw they had 2 3 toughness creatures, so I was like, oh, that means they can put 8 on my 7/7. 8 toughness, right? If they have 2 3 toughness creatures, and then the rest are 2 and 1, they can put 8 on my 7/7, which means I only kill 2 of them. If I kill one of their 3 toughness creatures, and now they only have 1, that means the most toughness they can put on my 7/7 is 7, and then I get to kill all 3, because they're putting 7 toughness on a 7 power. That's how I, like, figure stuff like that out, if you're wondering. I guess I could play the land and rep tactics, but I don't think they were going to really respect it anyway or whatever, but you're not technically wrong there. Banneret's okay without the 2/3. You just have to envision how gummed up the board is going to get. Like, you know, some cleric decks have a lot of 1/4s, so even if you don't have the attended healer, but you have all these like core celebrants and like other life gain, then you still end up with a lot of like stuff in play and nobody able to attack a decent amount of the time. I mean, sometimes you don't have that. The more stalemates you expect and the more creatures you expect in play, the better Seagate Banneret is. I think that's pretty intuitive. You want to be a Magic player and you don't like math? You're in the wrong place. There's a lot of math in Magic. So this is cool, because if they attack, I would never go for tactics, because if they kill one of my creatures, then they blow me out. But if they want to play a warrior pre-combat or something like that, then I can tactic safely. Of course, if they have Spark Mage, I can't. But not really a problem. We have Thort, so we'll just keep playing good stuff. And when we lose another creature, we can Thort back our 2 good ones. I mean, I'm probably going to do some Kaladesh drafts. I have no idea. So normally I wouldn't make this trade, but of course I'm going to, because I'm just going to Thort. I have nothing else to do, and I'm going to Thort Cleric of Lifebond and Shepherd, gain a bunch of life, grow the Cleric. Normally I wouldn't want that trade, but in this spot, happy to do it. And I don't see any reason to attack here. That's just trading Adept for Electromancer or using Tactics on Electromancer, which is not a great creature to kill right now. It's not really doing anything. Good beats. So I've got Tactics and 2 blockers. Think I can just attack with Shepherd and play Life Bond. What's going to happen? Like block and Tactics. Yeah, it's fine. And I can hold on to Journey. And I can pretty safely use Tactics on a 2 toughness creature, because they would have to kill 2 of my creatures in order... Well, actually, they'd have to kill all 3. So, plan now, trade off Farsight Adept and Tactics. I'm not going to trade Life Bond, though, because if I draw any Clerics, it's a good card. Black-Red Party, you want to take them off a party type if you can. That's their only rogue, so that's a pretty easy block. So now I have to make some choices. I mean, I want to keep attacking because I'm definitely winning the race. It's 24-11. So what I think I'm going to do is attack first. If they kill the shepherd, well, I guess no matter what, I'm journeying the ambusher because that's the only, like, that's the most threatening creature. And even if I held the shepherd back, it would only trade with the ambusher. So better to attack. And then I'm just going to journey the ambusher. If they attack with both, I can take 5. I'm at 24. And then they have to have stuff where the cleric hits them. Sweet. That's a really nice draw. Grows our cleric, allows us to attack with both. Yeah, the opponent agrees. That's a really nice draw. Killing the rogue is worse against graveyard recursion, but they did have plenty of dead creatures, and, like, I want to take them down on a party type, right? Black-red is going to draft all the party cards they can. It's a party deck. So this hand doesn't look great, and it's not. I do have a Plains and a Swamp. 2-lander on the play, though, with almost all my late-game cards. I don't know if I'm capable of mulliganing this. I mean, my deck is really good. So how many good draws do I have? Any land or, like, Cleric of Life Bond. So I have, like, 14 lands plus the other land spell modals, which I have a couple of. So that's, like, what? Maybe like 1 or 2 more, like 2 more. So I have like 16 lands I can top deck. I have 2 Cleric of Life Bonds, which I'd be pretty happy to draw. That's like 18. It's pretty close. I mean, this is a good hand. Like, if I draw 2 drops and I get stuck on the lands, I can trade them off and then blood beckoning them back. I would have rather just drawn a land, but I'm not going to complain. Hopefully we can draw lands now. Let's chill on the never having it. I mean, I have to draw lands, right? So even though this is going to be kind of ugly, I'm not going to, because I'm stuck on lands and can't, like, curve out, I'm not going to, like, Binding a Royal Mage. I'm going to block, and then I'll just plan on beckoning it back. I'm just trying to slow them down, because my hand is so powerful. If I do draw lands, I can use Thornton Blood Beckoning and reassemble everything. So for now, I think I have to be willing to make trades and stuff. Always my head. Always my head. Hearts are for love, not for playing Magic. Oh, yeah, you're right. I should have attacked. And then if they blocked, I could Beckoning and spent the mana. No, but I don't want a Beckoning until I have 2 dead creatures if I don't have to. So I think it's still actually better here. Okay, tap land in play. That I'm fine with binding. So that's not a good trade for me, but I have 2 recursion spells and need to prolong the game to find lands. That's why you make that block. This is going to get interesting. Like, I can now Blood Beckoning with Kicker, but I've already got 2 of these. I don't know if I'm going to die to this Relic Robber. It's going to be interesting. So I can't Blood Beck. Well, I can, but I'll go to 11 and they'll make a 3rd. Or I can play Farsight Adept and see what I get. Let's do that. Stop having stuff. I can't keep taking these hits. Also, if I draw a land, I can thwart. So I figured the Adept was right, because even if they kill it and hit me, if I drew a land off the Adept or for my turn, then I get to go thwart and bring back the 2 clerics. I don't think we're dead if we draw a land this turn. It's going to be good. It's going to be close. I think I can still win if I draw a land. Don't forget, we have life gain. Like, Attended Healer can give lifelink to life, but Cleric of Life Bond, and Cleric of Life Bond grows bigger every turn. I think it's going to be tight. Just what I like to see. I'm under pressure, but I've got a bunch of power. They're taking the turn off to draw cards. I like that. Not super happy they were still able to get in the 2 damage by playing the Sneaking Guide after, but we'll see what we draw. Like I said, this is tight. I mean, I can gain 1 when I play this, and then 4 when I attack. Can't imagine I have any other options this turn. Yeah, I could have attacked with Healer, but if they double block, it's not great for me. The Robber doesn't have to be in play for those things to keep pinging me, does it? Because they could have double blocked, and then I would lose Healer. I know I have Beckoning, but I kind of don't want to have to like buy it back and then play it again. If it would turn off the 3 points of ping if they lost Robber, I should have attacked, but I don't think it does. Alright, so let's see what our options are now. Definitely need to gain life, so I need to spend 3 giving this lifelink, and then I can play Life Spawn and Pack Beast, I guess. So I want to play the Life Bond first, so that I don't miss the grow. So I guess there's not really any decisions. I also don't even want to miss the point of damage from the Blight Priest, so I'm just going to do all of this first. But I have to attack with the Blight Priest, which of course I'm not super happy about, but I can get it back next turn with the Blood Beckoning and play it again. Well, they use their mana. I mean, Sneaking Guide costs 2 to activate. I can't gain life during my upkeep, can I? Yeah, I'm not saying they played optimally. I don't know. I wasn't even counting from their perspective. I was counting from mine, but there's no way for me to have gained more life than I gained last turn, so I don't think I have any choices. So, kind of a disappointing break-even day. Not the best draws. The decks were pretty good. Lost some close ones. Not sure if I played optimally. Got to get back in gear for Zendikar Limited, which is really skill-intensive, as opposed to Standard, which is pretty mindless. But hope everybody enjoyed it. I would say all those decks were pretty good. Maybe the first deck wasn't, actually. Sorry. The white-blue deck was bad. That deck was, like, half party, half kicker. Both cleric decks could definitely have done better than 4-3, but them's the breaks in best of 1. Oh, we got a raid from Marshall. Perfect timing because I'm done for the day, but I do appreciate the support. Thanks, Marshall. I'm sure everybody who watches my stream is already familiar with limited resources. I can't imagine that anybody who's a follower of my limited content at this point doesn't know what limited resources is. But if you don't, you certainly want to check it out. And who should we raid? Hunter's doing standard. Voxy's diamond and drafting. Maybe she's on her way to mythic. I think I'll probably raid Voxy. I don't see anybody else on drafting that I like to raid. So thanks everybody for hanging out. Assuming my body doesn't explode because of whatever's going on my left side, I should be back on tomorrow, 3 p.m. with 3 more Zendikar drafts. I'm gonna... I'm mostly kidding. Like, obviously it's 90% plus, you know, I like pulled a little muscle or whatever. But, you know. So I should be back on tomorrow. If not, you know, whatever, I'll let you know. But thanks to everybody who hung out today. Appreciate the support. And I'm in Florida, and I will see you tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern, for 3 more Zendikar drafts.